Mr. Pence would take his seat. Members, if you could take your seats and let's begin. Okay. To give our digital team some notice, I am going to count down from 5 before calling the 4, 3, 2, 1. The Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce will now come to order. Today, we will be holding a hearing entitled Holding Big Tech Accountable, Legislation to Build a Safer Internet. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this hearing members can participate in today's hearing either in person or remotely via online conference. Meanwhile, members are participating in person must wear masks. Such members may remove their masks when they are under recognition and speaking from a microphone. Staff and press who are present in the committee room must wear a mask at all times. And for members who are participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphones each time that you wish to speak. Please note that once you are unmuted, anything that you may say will be available in WebEx, and it could be heard over the loudspeaker, and also in the committee room, and subject to being heard by the live streaming and C-SPAN. Since members are participating from different locations, the way we're going to order the members will be by seniority within the subcommittee. Documents for the record can be sent to as Kazmierek. Well, I usually get that right. Yeah, there it is. Kazmierski. There we go. Sorry, Kazmierski. At the email address that we have provided to the staff, and all documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the meeting. We'll begin at this point with opening statements of 5 minutes by the members, and the chair now recognizes herself for 5 minutes. Bottom line, the internet is not living up to its promises. At its birth in the previous century, the internet promised more social connection, new communities and experiences, and more economic opportunity. But these benefits have come with very steep consequences and costs. Today's internet is harming our children, our society, and our democracy. 5 years ago, at the age of 13, Anastasia Vlasova joined Instagram, which quickly flooded her accounts with images of perfect bodies and perfect lives. She soon was spending 3 hours a day on the app and developed an eating disorder. Despite public outcry, as recently as reported as yesterday, it confirmed that Instagram is still promoting pro-anorexia accounts to teens. Ms. Vlasova actually did eventually quit using Instagram, but millions of children and teens remain powerless against the addictive and manipulative algorithms and ads. On January 6th, D.C. police officer Michael Pallone was grabbed, beaten, and tased, all the while being called a traitor to his country. The deadly insurrection was, at least in part, coordinated on platforms like Facebook and exacerbated by elevating the and amplifying algorithms that were about election disinformation. For too long, big tech has acted without any real accountability. Instead, they give us excuses and apologies, but the time for self-regulation is over. Today, we will be discussing a number of pieces of legislation that will build a safer internet. Last week, I introduced the FTC Whistleblower Act with my colleague, Representative Trahan. This bill protects from retaliation current and former employees who blow the whistle to the Federal Trade Commission from retaliation, and it incentivizes the disclosure of unlawful activity. It's a critical step toward a more safe internet. The Algorithms Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act from Representative Matsui prohibits algorithms from discriminating against certain consumers. The KIDS Act from Representatives Castor, Clark, Trahan, and Wexton ban online practices that exploit young people. The Social Media Data Act from Representative Trahan and Castor provide transparency into how digital ads target consumers. The Bipartisan Detour Act from Representative Blunt Rochester and Gonzalez prohibit large online platforms from using, quote, dark patterns, unquote, to trick consumers. So this subcommittee can create an internet that is better and safer and make sure that consumers are protected, that we protect our children, that is transparent and holds bad actors accountable. And with that, I want to give a hearty welcome and a thank you to this wonderful panel that is here, including one, I guess, that is here remotely with us. Thank you very much. And the chair now recognizes the ranking member, my friend, Mr. Bilirakis, for ranking member of the subcommittee, for his 5 minutes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it so very much. Good morning to everyone. Yes, yes, I am.
Pull it close.
Yeah. I want to thank my colleagues for their interest to improve transparency and increase protection online. There are a lot of initiatives under consideration today, and all of them raise issues that deserve our attention. Legislation brought forth by my friend in the majority would require the FTC to issue new rules and regulations and would grant the FTC with additional enforcement tools to reduce dark patterns, discriminatory algorithms, as you said, Madam Chair, harmful content directed at children, and would also grant new rights for consumers to take control of their data. I hope that means this is a precursor and not a substitute, and we've discussed this with the chairperson, for passing a national privacy and data security law. That is the best and most comprehensive way Congress can protect our constituents through these means. That's my opinion. I think many of the issues we will be discussing today can and should be a part of that larger privacy and data security discussion, and I sincerely hope my colleagues will join me in that effort. I'll say to my fellow colleagues that my door is always open, and we have a great relationship with the chairperson. Please don't hesitate to come and talk to me and give us some input on this particular issue. Earlier last month, a Republican leader, Rodgers, released draft legislative language for the Control Our Data Act, or CODA, which would create one national standard for privacy and data security, establish clear rules of the road for businesses to be able to comply, and give every American equal data protections regardless of the location of their home. I, for one, certainly want to see rules that are clear and easy to understand for my constituents, and I'm sure you do too. I also want to assure that the FTC Bureau of Privacy that was included in our proposal has the appropriate staff and resources to enforce the national law. I hope the panel agrees today that there are elements of all these bills that can be incorporated in some fashion in this framework to ensure we leave behind a legacy that will benefit every American. That's the goal. We must also take seriously the threat from China. And moving forward on these two bills today is an important step towards holding them accountable. The legislation before us will provide Americans with greater transparency into the application and websites they use online. H.R. 3991, the TAIL Act, led by Representative Duncan, would inform users if their information is stored in China and whether the information is acceptable by the CCP or a Chinese state-owned entity. H.R. 4000, the Internet Application ID Act, led by Representative Kinzinger, would require websites and online users or distributors of mobile applications that are located in China or owned by the CCP to disclose that location or ownership to users. Both bills are very reasonable as far as I'm concerned. For those asking why we didn't invite a witness in today's hearing that has ties to China to share their views, you should know we absolutely did. We used one of our witness slots to invite TikTok to testify, but unfortunately they declined the invitation. Madam Chair, I hope we can work together to invite them before the subcommittee in the near future, just as Senators Blumenthal and Blackburn did in the Senate. There were many questions left unanswered in that hearing in the Senate last month on the stewardship of their platform, and I'm confident that the panel today can shed light on our shared concerns. Thank you so very much for being here. There are very important matters our subcommittee is examining today, so I thank the chair for holding this hearing again, and I thank the ranking member, the full ranking member, and to the witnesses again for being here today. We really appreciate it. I look forward to your testimony on these bills and other proposals we have publicly circulated for this committee's review, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bilirakis. Thank you, Mr. Bilirakis. And before I invite the chairman and ranking member of the committee for their opening statements, let me just say I'm very excited and optimistic. We have had a real good history of working together in this subcommittee to get legislation not only introduced and passed, and I know last week we also sent you something on a proffer on a privacy bill. I'm very confident that we're going to be able to work together and get that done. And I agree with the urgency that you're projecting today and share it with you and look forward to moving ahead rapidly. And now let me recognize the great chair of this full committee, Frank Pallone, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Schakowsky. Today's hearing is the second of two hearings on legislative reforms to hold social media companies accountable. And following last week's hearing examining possible reforms to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, today's panel will discuss consumer protection-focused legislation that aims to hold these companies accountable by enhancing transparency and promoting online safety. So these legislative hearings come after years of repeated bipartisan calls for online platforms to change their ways. Unfortunately, instead of meaningfully addressing the serious harms that these platforms can inflict on the American people and our children, social media companies continue to make minor changes only after negative press coverage or in preparation for an executive testifying before Congress. And they also refuse to become more transparent. In fact, we only actually learn what's really going on inside these massive corporations when a whistleblower steps forward, and those courageous actions are becoming exceedingly difficult. And even more disturbing, we're now seeing instances where these platforms are publicly shutting down efforts at transparency. So since these companies are clearly not going to change on their own, Congress has to act. And today we'll discuss 7 bills that target different parts of the social media ecosystem to make platforms safer for users. Now, one of the best ways to make these companies more accountable is to make them more transparent. We'll discuss legislation that grants academic researchers and the Federal Trade Commission access to ad libraries, which will help to get us the data we need on how these companies are targeting users. Another bill will prohibit the use of algorithms that discriminate based on race, age, gender, ability, and other protected characteristics or methods that manipulate users into providing consent when they wouldn't otherwise. And this legislation will help prevent people using social media from losing rights protected under the law. We're considering a bill that will protect whistleblowers, like former Facebook employee Frances Haugen, who testified at last week's legislative hearing. Whistleblowers help bring truth to light and are another way of helping ensure that companies are held accountable. And finally, we'll examine how to better protect our children online by banning certain design features directed at children and prohibiting the amplification of harmful content that's targeted at them. Legislative measures that protect our children are critically important and have bipartisan support on this committee. Now, Republicans and Democrats also agree that we do not want to see our data or our children's data surveilled or used in a manner that could risk their safety. And that's why we're also discussing bills that attempt to force websites and apps to be transparent about their interactions with China. We all understand the danger the Chinese government poses to the United States economy and national security, and we must take meaningful steps to address that danger from China. After multiple hearings, letters, and discussions with stakeholders and members of this committee have developed legislation to address the harms caused by big tech. There's no silver bullet to fix the internet. The proposals that we're discussing today are important steps to improving the online ecosystem. Another part of tech accountability is protecting people's privacy. And the chairwoman already mentioned that significantly because she's so much involved with it. But I think every member of this committee agrees that more must be done on privacy. And that's why we've been working since last Congress on a bipartisan staff discussion draft. Updates to that draft were made last week to address stakeholder feedback and have been shared with the minority. I continue to believe that there is a bipartisan path forward on privacy, and our work continues to get there. But today we're focused on proposals to make these platforms more transparent and safer. So I just thank the witnesses and thank Chairwoman Schakowsky for being out front on so many of these issues, particularly the privacy issue, which I know is not an easy one, but you're determined, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and now the chair recognizes Ms. Rodgers, the ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes for her opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to our witnesses, thank you for being here. Last week, we discussed many examples of big tech companies failing to be good stewards of their platforms. Big tech has used its power to censor Americans, control what we see, manipulate us through the use of harmful algorithms. Big tech must be held accountable. And that is why, from day one, this Congress, Republicans have been exploring legislative solutions through our Big Tech Accountability Platform. As a part of our platform, we released a number of proposals to focus on content moderation, transparency, and protecting our kids online, all issues that are relevant to today's hearing. My proposal, which I'm leading alongside my good friend Congressman Jim Jordan, narrowly amends Section 230 to protect free speech. Under our proposal, big tech will be held accountable for censoring constitutionally protected speech. Big tech will no longer be able to exploit the ambiguity and the discretion we see in the current law. Big tech will be more responsible for content they choose to amplify, promote, or suggest. Big tech will be forced to be transparent about their content decisions, and conservatives will be empowered to challenge big tech censorship decisions. Republican policies would hold big tech accountable for their content moderation practices and encourage transparency on enforcement decisions, especially when it comes to illegal drugs, counterfeit and stolen products, terrorism, doxing, child pornography and trafficking, cyberbullying, and revenge porn. We're also looking for new ways to improve cooperation with law enforcement while upholding our civil liberties. I'm pleased to see some of these ideas presented today in the package that the Democrats are leading on. It's unfortunate that the majority decided not to use this hearing to discuss privacy, given many of these bills include provisions directly related to the collection and use of data, and would best be addressed in the context of a comprehensive privacy and data security framework. The proposals also include language on protecting data from wrongful purposes, other references to the Child Online Privacy Protection Act, COPPA, and a data portability provision. Despite our interest in continuing our work from last Congress on a bipartisan privacy framework, we've yet to have a hearing, let alone a markup. And Americans are desperate for a privacy and data security bill. It's difficult to address the goals discussed today without that national privacy framework and the data security bill. We will continue to talk, we can continue to talk, but we need a national privacy and data security bill. Worse yet, the Democrats' tax and spending spree, the reconciliation package before the Senate right now, includes dramatic increases for funding and authority for the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, that never received a bipartisan consensus. The majority suggested that this is a way to protect America's personal data. It couldn't be further from the truth. It includes no privacy and data security framework to implement or enforce. These bills will add to the confusion in the marketplace by creating conflicting rules on how data is used, collected, and shared. This confusion only allows big tech to become more powerful, and it harms small businesses. The question I have today is, how do these bills fit into a comprehensive privacy and data security framework, like some of the proposals that the Republicans have released publicly? Let me also share another reason that I'm concerned, which I think we all agree on, and that's the need for a national standard because big tech's troubling relationship that's being more exposed with the Chinese Communist Party. Big tech has not been responsible with the data that they've collected or who they share it with. I'm pleased and I'm grateful that the majority included two bills, related bills, in the hearing today to help address that threat. One by Mr. Duncan and one by Mr. Kinzinger. Big tech companies like TikTok have an incredible amount of access and control over our data and information supply chain. Americans deserve to know if their personal information is safe and to what extent it is being accessed by the CCP. It is our duty to uphold American values like free speech and ensure that the United States of America continues to lead the cutting-edge technology to beat China. That starts by establishing a national privacy and data security framework and holding big tech accountable. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today. I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady yields back, and I want to remind all members of the subcommittee that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be included and made part of the record. And now, I would like to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Jonathan Greenblatt is the CEO and National Director for the Anti-Defamation League. Natalie, let's see, I'm going to get it. Marshall is the Senior Policy and Partnership Manager at Ranking Digital Rights. Rick Lane is the CEO of Iggy Ventures. Josh Golan is the Executive Director of Fair Play. And Jessica Richard of counsel at Kennelly Dryer? I got that right? Okay. Imran Ahmad is the CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate. I just want to explain I'll recognize each of you for 5 minutes, but I want to explain the lights that are in front of you, just to make sure that you know when your time begins, the light will be green. When there's 1 minute left, there'll be a yellow light, and I hope at that point you'll start wrapping up so that we can keep to as close as we can to 5 minutes. And we will begin now with Mr. Greenblatt. You are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair Schakowsky, Ranking Member Bilirakis, and members of the subcommittee. Good morning. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be here today. ADL is the oldest anti-hate group in America. We have been fighting anti-Semitism and all forms of bigotry for more than 100 years, and we've been tracking online hate since the days of dial-up. This work includes partnering with law enforcement to help prevent online threats from mutating into offline incidents. We work with authorities at all levels, and in the past 11 months, we've provided the FBI with more than 1,000 actionable tips. Our 25 offices across the country engage directly with individuals and institutions affected by hate. In 2017, ADL launched the Center for Technology and Society to double down on our efforts to fight online hate. We were the first civil rights group with an operation right in the heart of Silicon Valley, and it's staffed not by longtime nonprofit professionals, but by software engineers, product managers, data scientists, and computer experts, all hired from industry. We conduct analysis, publish research, build technology, and provide recommendations to policymakers like yourselves and industry leaders. Today, there is no distinction between online and offline lives. When we say that Facebook is the front line in fighting hate, I mean that literally. We've seen over and over again the way that hateful content online leads to violence in our communities offline. Poway, El Paso, Pittsburgh. These targeted mass shootings were motivated by extremist conspiracy theories that were spawned and spread on social media. In addition to these tragedies, online hate affects the everyday lives of millions of Americans. Our research has found that 41% of users report experiencing online hate and harassment. According to ADL's most recent analysis, 75% of those harassed report that it happened to them on Facebook. That's nearly 3 times the percentage on any other platform. And make no mistake, all of them are highly profitable companies. So this isn't a resource problem, it's a responsibility problem. Just today, ADL released new research demonstrating how easy it is to find white supremacist, accelerationist content on Instagram, less than 24 hours after the CEO sat at another table just like this and said they were cleaning up their mess. But these platforms lack and neglect safety because, first and foremost, they're exempt from liability due to the loophole of Section 230. Now, I know that isn't the topic of today's hearing, but make no mistake, Section 230 must be changed to force the companies to play by the same rules that every other media company on the landscape operates by today. It's just not a matter of free speech. It's simply being held accountable in courts of law when the platforms aid and abet unlawful, even lethal conduct in service of their growth and revenue. Tech companies are complicit in the hate and violence on their platforms because if it bleeds, it leads, and it feeds their business model and their bottom line. Hate speech, conspiracy theories, they are amplified by the algorithms, nudged to the top of their news feeds, and they addict users like a narcotic, driving engagement, which in turn increases their profits. With no oversight and no incentives beyond increasing revenue, tech companies will continue to do whatever they can, whatever it takes, to optimize engagement regardless of the consequences. This just can't continue. If not for courageous whistleblowers like Frances Haugen, we wouldn't have the hard evidence to prove that Facebook knowingly is mainstreaming extremism, inciting violence through its algorithms, and fracturing societies around the world. What if other tech companies, tech employees, felt empowered and protected to expose wrongdoing when they saw it? That's why the protections, Congresswoman Schakowsky, in your FTC Whistleblower Act are so crucial. If platforms have no meaningful motivation to fix the harmful algorithms that amplify hate, they won't do it. That's why the Algorithmic Justice and Online Transparency Act that would protect consumers from harmful and discriminatory AI systems are really long overdue. So we applaud that legislation as well. Finally, to stay ahead of the curve, we've got to prioritize research. In August, ADL Belfer Fellow and NYU professor Laura Edelson was deplatformed on Facebook hours after the company realized that she and her team were studying the role that Facebook may have played in leading up to the January 6th insurrection. Platforms should not be able to thwart important third-party research at their whim. Bills like the Social Media Data Act would ensure that academics can study platforms to better inform the public. Look, there are no silver bullets. There's no one-size-fits-all solution to repairing our internet, but there is a lot you can do right now to take action. I've highlighted 3 bills, and I'm happy to talk about them and others in the Q&A. But members of the committee, let me conclude by urging you to remember that what happens online has a real impact on our lives. The status quo directly threatens our kids, our communities, and our country. Now is the time for you to legislate and act. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
I thank the gentleman, and now we have remotely with us today Dr. Marshall, and you are recognized now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Good morning, and thank you to all of you for inviting me to testify today. I'm Natalie Marichal, Senior Policy and Partnerships Manager at Ranking Digital Rights. As Congress crafts legislation to hold big tech accountable for its negative impacts on society, I urge you to focus on upstream structural reforms by regulating online advertising, mandating transparency and research access to data, and encouraging the Securities and Exchange Commission to use its existing regulatory authority to do what shareholders are unable to. Get big tech to comply with the same laws as all other public companies and to improve their corporate governance. The tenor and substance of congressional hearings on the tech industry has come a long way in the past few years, thanks to a growing recognition that the harms users experience through social media platforms are connected to business models centered on maximizing revenue from targeted advertising. This business model incentivizes rapid growth, anti-competitive behavior like predatory acquisitions of would-be competitors and vertical integration across the ad tech value chain, mass commercial surveillance and data collection without our knowledge or consent, reliance on automation to perform tasks that actually require human nuance and contextual judgment to be done correctly, and consolidation of corporate power that thwarts any internal attempt at reform. The company now known as Meta is the most brazen example of these dynamics, but the basic point that how a company makes money plays a determinant role in its products and its behavior is true across the tech sector and beyond. A business model that relies on the violation of rights will necessarily lead to products that create and amplify harms. So what should Congress do about it? First, regulate the online advertising industry. Transpose the basic principles that govern offline advertising to the online world and pursue antitrust enforcement in the ad tech sector. These measures will directly address consumer and civil rights harms related to privacy, discrimination, and fraud in online advertising. They will also shift the incentive structures that contribute to product design and corporate decisions that harm consumers and destabilize democracies around the world. Further, increased competition in the ad tech market will undercut the Alphabet and Meta duopoly and enable greater accountability for these two mega corporations that often behave as though they are above the law. Second, create the conditions for evidence-based policymaking by mandating specific types of transparency for information that can safely be made public, and by creating mechanisms for qualified, trustworthy, industry-independent researchers to verify companies' claims about users' experiences and expand knowledge and understanding about how these platforms impact societies and democracy around the world. The RDR methodology and the Santa Clara principles on transparency and accountability and content moderation both provide granular recommendations for the data that companies should disclose publicly. And third, Congress should encourage the SEC to use its authority to do what shareholders have been trying to do and have been unable to do for reasons I will explain. Get big tech to comply with the same laws as all other publicly traded companies. Numerous whistleblower disclosures to the SEC indicate that several big tech companies are violating securities laws, but because of their dual-class share structure, shareholders are unable to hold corporate management accountable. When the CEO is also the chair of the board of directors, this means that person is accountable to no one. I am talking about Mark Zuckerberg. No one should have this much power. The SEC must address the private market exemptions that have allowed big tech companies to become so large and with concentrated governance. Because Meta was able to obtain significant private market funding before going public, the company was able to impose this dual-class share structure and a governance structure that allows Mark Zuckerberg to unilaterally make decisions that impact billions of people without any accountability. This loophole must be closed so that shareholder democracy of the future Facebooks can take hold. To address the excesses of today's big tech firms, the SEC should issue an enforcement policy declaring that it will not grant bad actor waivers to, and will seek increased enforcement penalties for, companies with Class B shares or those in which a single person serves as CEO and chair of the company's board of directors. The bills under consideration today all seek to shine a light on big tech's secretive business practices and hold them accountable when they harm their users, their competitors, or society more broadly, whether through deliberate action or through their failure to proactively identify and mitigate potential harms ahead of time. The Republican Big Tech Accountability Platform also contains many provisions that Ranking Digital Rights has long called for: transparency into how big tech develops its content policies, and regular periodic disclosures about content policy enforcement, including the types of content taken down and why, and clearly understood appeals processes. Big tech accountability is not a partisan issue. Americans may disagree about how social media companies should govern content on their platforms, but there is strong bipartisan agreement that big tech is not above the law, and that whatever companies do, they should be transparent about it, and they should be accountable to their users, their shareholders, and the American people. Legislation should start there. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. And now, let me recognize Mr. Lane. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair Schakowsky, Ranking Member Bilirakis, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member McMorris, Rodgers, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to testify. My name is Rick Lane, and I am the CEO of a strategic advisory firm, Iggy Ventures. I also volunteer my time to help child safety organizations combat sex trafficking and other online threats to children. Over the past 30 years, I had the opportunity to work on almost every major piece of technology-related consumer protection, privacy, and cybersecurity legislation that has moved through Congress. I testify today in my personal capacity. Building a more safe, secure, and sustainable internet will require Congress to focus on 4 main issues. 1, reforming Section 230. 2, creating more transparency in the way internet platforms operate while protecting internet users' privacy. 3, restoring access to the WHOIS data. And 4, updating the Child Online Privacy Protection Act. These issues do not necessarily need to be addressed in a single comprehensive piece of legislation, but they should be discussed in a comprehensive fashion. All the pieces must fit together. I recognize that Section 230 reform is the province of another subcommittee and was the focus of last week's hearing. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't take this opportunity to make a few observations on the topic. I believe we need to restore to platforms the ordinary duty of care that would apply but for courts' current and overbroad application of Section 230. Social media companies are rife with offers to sell illegal drugs, yet the former CEO of TikTok stated at a 2020 technology event that he had never been told of illicit drug transactions on the platform and doubted their very existence. That was a surprising statement since others knew, including the drug dealers that were using TikTok's platform. TikTok could also increase the threat of espionage and cyber attacks in light of the influence the Chinese government has over both it and ByteDance, the Chinese company that owns TikTok. Indeed, we are confronted with a social networking site that is A, susceptible to manipulation by a communist regime with a record of human rights abuses, B, growing more rapidly than any U.S. competitor, and C, collecting massive amounts of data on our youngest and most easily influenced demographic in an arms race to develop more sophisticated artificial intelligence. It's for these reasons that both H.R. 3991, telling everyone the location of data leaving the U.S. Act, introduced by Rep. Duncan, and H.R. 4000, the Internet Application ID Act, introduced by Rep. Kinzinger, are so important. These 2 bills together will provide the American people with the information they need to know exactly where these types of companies are headquartered, where their data is being stored, and to fully understand the risks they and their children are taking when using these apps that can be used to undermine our democracy. Another transparency issue that Congress needs to address is access to accurate WHOIS domain name registration, which contains basic contact details for holders of internet domains and is fundamental to protecting consumer privacy, promoting lawful commerce, ensuring public safety, and protecting our national security. Indeed, a Department of Justice cyber report states that the first step in online reconnaissance often involves use of ICANN's WHOIS database. In 2018, registries and registrars like GoDaddy, VeriSign, Namecheap increasingly began restricting access to WHOIS data based on an overlap application of the European Union GDPR. Yet, almost after 5 years of, quote, trying to fix the WHOIS GDPR problem, ICANN has failed. The time has therefore come for this committee and Congress to pass legislation requiring domain name registries and registrars to once again make WHOIS information available, and that will be zero cost to consumers. No other area of consumer protection is more important than establishing reasonable policies to protect children in the marketplace. This is especially true in the area of online privacy and market-dominant digital payment apps and debit cards that target children and collect and exploit a shocking amount of their data. COPPA, enacted in 1998, creates an opt-in parental consent privacy regime for websites directed at children under 13. By contrast, Gramm-Leach-Bliley, enacted in 1999, created an opt-out privacy regime for financial institutions. That privacy space between COPPA and GLBA creates a fintech child privacy protection gap in existing law. This gap is especially harmful as we move toward a cashless society, a trend accelerated by the pandemic. The good news is that one company, FinTech Digital Wallet Company, which I am involved with, Rego Payments, is the only COPPA-compliant digital wallet. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to participate today. I look forward to your questions and continue to work with you and your staff. We must all work together to fix these important problems because at the end of the day, it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Golan, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Schakowsky, Ranking Member Bilirakis, and distinguished members of the subcommittee for holding this important hearing. My name is Josh Golan, and I'm Executive Director of Fair Play, the leading independent watchdog of the children's media and marketing industries. Through corporate campaign and strategic regulatory filings, we have changed the marketing and data collection practices of some of the world's biggest companies. Currently, we are leading a campaign to stop Facebook from launching a children's version of Instagram. And last week, with other leading advocates, we launched Design with Kids in Mind, a campaign to demand regulations that require online operators put kids' interests first when designing their platforms. Frances Haugen has shown a critical spotlight on Instagram's harmful impacts on teens and Facebook's callous disregard for children's well-being. But it would be a mistake to view her revelations as problems limited to Facebook and Instagram. Compulsive overuse, exposure to harmful content, cyberbullying, harms to mental health, and the sexual exploitation of children are industry-wide issues that demand systemic solutions from Congress. To put it plainly, the unregulated business model for digital media is fundamentally at odds with children's well-being. Digital platforms are designed to maximize revenue and therefore engagement because the longer they can capture a user's attention, the more money they make by collecting data and serving ads. As a result, children are subject to relentless pressure and manipulative design that pushes them to use and check platforms as often as possible. This harms young people in several ways, including encouraging the overuse of social media and displacing critical online activities like sleep, exercise, and face-to-face interactions. Overuse can also lead to isolation from secure family relationships and reduced interest in academic achievement and extracurricular activities, allowing for-profit tech companies to shape children's character, habits, and future. Design choices used to maximize engagement are also harmful because they exploit young people's desire for social approval and their natural tendency towards risk-taking. Displays of likes and follower counts provide an instant snapshot of whose profiles and posts are popular. Children quickly learn that the way to improve these metrics is to post risque and provocative content, creating a permanent record of their youthful indiscretions and increasing their risk of cyberbullying and sexual exploitation. Platforms also harm young people by personalizing and recommending content most likely to keep them engaged. One former YouTube engineer observed, recommendation algorithms are designed to optimize watch time, not to show content that is actually good for kids. This means that on platforms like Instagram and TikTok, teens interested in dieting will be barraged with content promoting eating disorders, and a depressed user will be shown content promoting self-harm. Nearly every concern that parents, public health professionals, and children themselves have about digital media platforms can be traced to deliberate design choices. It doesn't have to be this way. Apps and online platforms could be built instead to reduce risk and increase safeguards for children. But that won't happen without significant action from Congress. The only federal law that protects children online was passed 23 years ago, long before smartphones, Instagram, and YouTube even existed. Congress's continued inaction, combined with a lack of enforcement at the FTC, has emboldened big tech to develop an exploitative business model without considering or mitigating its harmful effects on children and teens. It's no wonder that polls consistently show that parents want Congress to do more to protect children online. We know the key legislative solutions. The KIDS Act, which we will discuss today, would prohibit companies from deploying design techniques like autoplay, displays of quantified popularity, and algorithmic recommendations that put children and teens at risk. The Privacy Act would expand privacy protections to teens, ban harmful uses of data like surveillance advertising, and require platforms to make the best interests of children a primary design consideration. Together, these bills would create the safeguards children need and transform the online experience for young people. Over the last year, I have watched several hearings like this one and was heartened to hear members of Congress speak first and foremost, not as Republicans and Democrats, but as parents and grandparents with firsthand knowledge of what's at stake. But the American people need more than your understanding and justified anger at companies like Facebook. Big tech is banking on the fact that partisan divisions will keep you from taking action. I hope you will prove them wrong and advance legislative solutions that better protect children while they're online and make it easier for them to disconnect and engage in the offline activities they need to thrive. There's simply too much at stake for children and their futures to allow the status quo to continue. Thank you for having me here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you. And now, Ms. Rich, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair Schakowsky, Ranking Member Bilirakis, and members of this subcommittee, I'm Jessica Rich of counsel at Kelly Dry and a distinguished fellow at Georgetown University. I'm pleased to be here today testifying on holding big tech accountable and building a safer internet. My remarks today are my own, based on my years of government service. My background is as a law enforcement attorney and official. I worked for over 26 years at the Federal Trade Commission, the last 4 as director of its Bureau of Consumer Protection. Before becoming director, I was the first and longtime manager of the FTC's privacy program. I've supported stronger data privacy and security laws for over 20 years. The focus of my testimony today is on that very issue, privacy. While I understand that privacy is not the chief focus of this hearing, I'm highlighting it today because the need for privacy legislation, federal privacy legislation, has never been stronger. This hearing is addressing many important issues, some of which are closely related to privacy, but passing a strong and comprehensive federal privacy law is one of the most important things Congress can do to hold big tech accountable and build a safer internet. Consumers, businesses, regulators, and the marketplace as a whole, we all need a federal privacy law. First, survey upon survey shows that consumers are concerned about their privacy and believe they have little control about how companies collect, use, and share their personal information. They continue to be the victims of massive data breaches, data collection and abuses are everywhere, and companies make decisions affecting them every day using algorithms and profiles with built-in assumption and biases. You can't educate consumers about their rights because it depends on the market sector, the state they're in, and the type of company and the data involved. Often, consumers have no rights at all, and consumers can't be expected to read hundreds of privacy policies a day from companies they've never heard of. Consumers need a clear and consistent privacy law that they can understand and rely on every day, no matter where they are or what they're doing. Businesses are similarly confused about privacy laws in this country. At the federal level, we have the FTC Act, as well as dozens of sector-specific laws like COPPA, HIPAA, and the Fair Credit Reporting Act. We also now have 3 comprehensive state laws, with more on the way. Honest companies spend enormous time and money to navigate all these laws, while the unscrupulous exploit the gaps and the loopholes. Meanwhile, large companies have benefited, that includes the platforms, because they can afford the cost of compliance, and because many existing laws favor large entities that can keep their operations in-house and not share data with third parties. In sum, businesses, too, need a clear and consistent federal privacy law to help them navigate a difficult regulatory environment and create a more level playing field. But there's more. For over 20 years, the FTC, my former agency, has overseen privacy using a law that's just not up to the task, the FTC Act. While the FTC has accomplished a lot, this law does not establish clear standards for everyone to follow before problems occur, and there are big gaps in its protections, creating uncertainty for the marketplace. Many in Congress, on both sides of the aisle, have criticized the FTC for these problems. Too strong, too weak, too much, too little. But with respect, it's Congress that needs to fix the problems by passing a law with clear standards for the FTC and the public. Finally, we now, all of us, understand that concerns surrounding the use of personal data reach well beyond traditional notions of privacy to issues like discrimination, algorithmic fairness, accountability, whistleblower protections, dark patterns, protecting our kids' data portability, and even, with respect to data security, our critical infrastructure. A privacy law could address many of these issues, at least in part, achieving far more than could be achieved by adding yet more sectoral requirements to the confusing mix of laws we now have in the United States. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. I stand ready to assist the subcommittee and its members and staff with ongoing work related to consumer protection and privacy.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ahmed, you are recognized now for 5 minutes.
Chairs Tchaikovsky and Pallone, ranking members Bilirakis and McMorris, Rodgers, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. The Center for Countering Digital Hate, CCDH, is a non-profit researching the dynamics of misinformation and hate on social media, how it undermines democracy, the rule of law, child safety, and our ability to deal with life-threatening crises such as COVID. So why is this happening? Why are we here? The ugly truth is, social media companies discovered prioritizing hate, misinformation, conflict, and anger is highly profitable. It keeps users addicted so they can serve them ads. CCDH's research has documented bad actors causing harm, but also bad platforms encouraging, amplifying, and profiting from that harm. The platforms have managed to successfully stop any credible action by deploying a well-worn playbook. 1, initially, deny there's a problem. 2, admit there's a problem, but deflect responsibility. 3, finally, acknowledge responsibility, but delay any action. Deny, deflect, delay. I can show you how that works in practice. On March the 24th, we released a report showing that up to 65% of anti-vax content circulating on Facebook and Twitter, 65%, originates with sites and accounts operated by just 12 anti-vaxxers, the disinformation dozen. This committee asked Mark Zuckerberg about the report in a hearing the next day on March the 25th. He promised to do something about it. He did not. 6 months later, after the Surgeon General and the President weighed in, again citing our report, Facebook responded, claiming our report had a faulty narrative. However, Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen revealed that on the very same day we released our report, March the 24th, Facebook produced an internal study confirming that a tiny number of accounts were responsible for more than half of anti-vaccine content on their platform. So they were lying while the American public was suffering under COVID and people were dying. The members of this committee have seen the same tactics from social media executives time and time again. You have correctly determined, as have legislators in the UK, Australia, Germany, and other allied nations, that social media companies cannot self-regulate and that we need new legislation. There is no silver bullet, that's right. Section 230 shows the limitations to a single solution based on one core principle. It did not predict nor deal with the harms we're now seeing emanating from social media. There will need to be a range of approaches to transparency and accountability to nudge social media into a place that balances dialogue, privacy, safety, and prosperity. The bills being considered today would collectively represent a big step forward to protecting children, families, society, and our democracies. The KIDS Act would put real protections in place for our children. Transparency is an essential tool in countering online hate and lies. The Social Media Data Act, therefore, would give independent researchers the access needed to detect dangerous trends. Whistleblowers have leaked internal documents illuminating wrongdoing by big tech, providing new urgency to the reform debate. But whistleblowing is still profoundly risky for the whistleblower, which is why the incentives and protections provided by the FTC Whistleblower Act are critical. Social media apps trick users very often into giving up their personal data, their thoughts, their fears, their likes, their dislikes, which they then sell to advertisers. Big tech's big data is designed to exploit people not to serve them better. The Detour Act puts a stop to that destructive spiral. There are also two much-needed bills to address the growing threat of hostile foreign actors who revel in the divisions that social media creates and exacerbates in democratic societies. In approving these bills, the committee would take a huge step forwards towards better regulation and give us hope that an internet that brings out the best in people is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have now concluded the incredible, and I'm so grateful for the witness testimony, and their opening statements are finished. And at this time, we will move to member questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to question our witnesses. I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Let me begin by saying the Federal Trade Commission is the top regulatory agency tasked with keeping Americans safe online by preventing unfair and deceptive practices. But the FTC stands, the FTC stands out from many other regulatory agencies because whistleblowers are not protected by federal law. Recent events, as we've seen with Frances Haugen, have made it clear how important whistleblower protection really is. And that is why I introduced the FTC Whistleblower Act, along with Lord Trahan, my colleague. This legislation protects whistleblowers from retaliation for coming forward, and I wanted to get the opinion of some of our witnesses. It also incentivizes, and Mr. Ahmed, you mentioned incentivization to make sure that these harms are not present there. And I wondered if you could comment on a little bit more on, whether or not and why you believe that the FTC Whistleblower Act would actually help deter social media companies from making business decisions that could be harmful for consumers.
Well, thank you. Yes, I mean, Frances Haugen turned on the floodlights, so to speak, within Facebook. But what she did can't easily be replicated. For one thing, it's incredibly expensive. She had lawyers, there's government affairs, there's the loss of income. And her real value, the reason it's so important, is that she really exposed deception, active deception by social media companies, something that can't easily be replicated with any other mechanism beyond whistleblowing. So, the only way to cast a light on that deception is for moral people to shed light on immorality from within. But the window of a whistleblower like Frances Haugen is limited. I think that since she took all these documents, they've evolved into Meta, they've moved into the metaverse. Most of the anti-vax crisis has happened since then. And we need disclosure of deceit, not every decade, but every time that there is active deceit on something of great public interest. So this bill is incredibly important in bringing forward more moral characters when we need them.
Thank you. Mr. Greenblatt, in your view, would this legislation, you think, work in favor of protecting consumers and ending some of this spreading of the harms that are done?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I think there's no question that the Whistleblower Act is necessary. I mean, to build upon what Mr. Ahmed just said, what we know is, I've had direct conversations with Mark Zuckerberg and other Facebook executives, and they have lied to my face, they have lied to you, they have lied to their advertisers, they have lied to the public. But let's be clear, Silicon Valley is a cliquey place. It is not easy. And so we need to give these people the protections that they need so they don't risk being in violation of their NDAs. They don't risk future opportunities for employment. But I think, again, if we're playing the long game here, we need to realize the moral leadership and the courage displayed by people like, again, Frances Haugen. But think about it. We learned because of her bravery that Facebook is only tackling 3 to 5% of the hate speech on their platform, despite their protestations. We learned that their AI gets less than, wait for it, 1% of the incitements to violence on their platform. The reason why this has prevailed for so long is they are exempt from liability and lack the incentive. So, Madam Chairman, unless we have the means to protect the people who have access to this information, it's clear the companies will not volunteer it to us. So I think it's vital that your act, the FTC Whistleblower Act, is passed.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Dr. Marichal how this legislation would actually help regulators and law enforcement to better understand the economic incentive behind decisions by internet platforms and the ones that they make.
I agree wholeheartedly with the points that that my esteemed colleagues on the panel have made. I think federal whistleblower protections make it easier for big tech workers who want to do the right thing to do that. Ms. Haugen benefited from the SEC whistleblower statute, which is why so many of her disclosures directly relate to matters within the SEC's jurisdiction. I am confident that if there were an equivalent for the FTC, we would have seen additional disclosures from her, additional whistleblower complaints related to matters under the FTC's jurisdiction, which includes economic decision-making and the economic factors that go into companies' decision-making.
Thank you so much. And my time has expired, and now I welcome the questioning by my ranking member. Mr. Bilirakis, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank all of you for your testimony today. Very informative. There are reasonable proposals on and off the bills, again, off the list of bills being considered today and in the future. However, I'm concerned by the unintended consequences that will arise if Congress decided to legislate. In other words, decides to legislate on privacy and data security in multiple bills without establishing a comprehensive framework. Ms. Rich, question for you. Can you elaborate on any potential consequences that businesses and our constituents may face as a result of enacting several individual one-off bills on privacy as opposed to one comprehensive bill? I know you touched on it. If you could elaborate, I'd really appreciate it very much.
Right now, it's a highly confusing environment for both businesses and consumers. There's so many sectoral laws that pertain to privacy, to technology, to many related issues, and no one really knows what the rules are. So one of the chief benefits of enacting a comprehensive privacy law, which could include many of the issues we've talked about today, is to bring it all together. Even if certain laws, it's not going to repeal all the sectoral laws. It's not going to roll back, everything that people are dealing with now. But it could bring it together and create a comprehensive enforcement scheme. And so that's one of the reasons. Getting rid of that confusion, bringing greater clarity to the marketplace, that it's so vital that we pass that kind of law.
Thank you so much. Next question, it ultimately will be for Mr. Lane, but I do have some comments first. In addition to privacy and data security, one central theme to today's conversation is a big tech accountability platform that particular act is sponsored by Leader Rodgers, and we released it earlier this year. One issue that is very near to my constituents is the growing rise of illegal activity, like the scale of deadly fentanyl products that are plaguing social media platforms. In fact, I was able to question the DEA about this issue just last week, and I'm holding a roundtable in my particular district in Florida, the 12th Congressional District of Florida in the Tampa Bay area, to discuss the fentanyl crisis with local leaders and law enforcement. We're doing that on Monday at noon. To curb the tide of this activity, I also authored draft legislation that would direct the GAO to conduct a study on how online platforms can better work with law enforcement to address illegal content and crimes on their platforms. So the question is for Mr. Lane. What do you believe, Mr. Lane, is important for us to consider as part of this particular discussion?
Well, as you know, I've been working with families who have had children die from fentanyl poisoning, and it's a very sad situation that we're facing. I do believe that working with the FDA and others are taking some important steps. There's a lot of groups out there that are focusing on this. But two things that have to occur. One, I know the groups have asked expressly to have an open and accessible and accurate WHOIS database, because that's how they're finding websites that are engaged in selling these drugs. And right now, it's dark, and the FDA itself has asked for an open, accessible, and accurate WHOIS database. So that's a very important step in moving forward. The other important step is that everyone talks about how these social network sites are rabbit holes. Rabbit holes were in 1996 when you had bulletin board services and you had to find the rabbit hole. These social networking sites are more like black holes. They have a gravitational force of sucking people in to the darkness, and it's very hard for them to see the light again. And those are the issues that we have to address. What are the algorithms? How are these black hole social networking sites that are sucking these young people in and exposing them to drugs that maybe they would never had access to? And how do we stop that?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I want to discuss that even further with you, but appreciate your response. One last question. During the Senate Commerce Committee nomination of Gigi Son and Alan Davidson, both nominees discussed the harms that are occurring regarding the misuse of consumer personal information and ultimately expressed support for passing a comprehensive privacy bill. I think this highlights how important it is for Congress to pass a national law on privacy and data security. To the entire panel, a yes or no answer would be fine. Would you support this committee passing a comprehensive national privacy and data security bill that sets one national standard, provides new rights to consumers, and sets clear guidelines for business to comply? Again, a yes or no. Ms. Rich, please. I know what your answer is going to be.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Garland, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lane, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, Dr. Marshall, excuse me.
Yes, but it must be a strong standard, and it must come with appropriate enforcement
Thank
mechanisms.
you. Mr. Amai?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Greenblatt?
Yes, but I'd want more information.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, and I yield back, Madam Chair. Thanks for the extra time.
Absolutely. I would say yes also.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, but I knew your answer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I recognize the chairman of the full committee for 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Chairman Schakowsky. As I mentioned in my opening statement that we've held several hearings in the committee examining the real harm some social media companies have caused, and obviously we're here today to discuss meaningful solutions. But I wanted to start out with Mr. Greenblatt. The Anti-Defamation League has done important work showing the role social media companies play in amplifying racist, extreme, and divisive content. And you've also shown how those actions disproportionately affect marginalized communities. So can you talk about the real harms you've seen social media companies cause through the use of their algorithms in that respect?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I would say right off the bat, you know, the companies often use the smokescreen of freedom of speech to explain why this shouldn't be regulated. But the founding fathers wrote the Constitution for Americans, not algorithms, right? Products aren't people, and they don't deserve to be protected, but citizens do. And we indeed have a situation where hate crimes are on the rise in this country. You know, the FBI reported a 13% increase in 2020, and the largest total since 2001. And ADL indeed has been studying online hate and harassment, and we find that 1 out of 3 users who report being harassed online relate it back to a characteristic like race, religion, gender, sexual orientation. And we've seen real examples. I think about Taylor Dumpson, who's the young woman. She was the first African-American female president of the student government at American University. I think she may have testified before you a year or two ago. And she was, after she was elected president, she was mercilessly attacked with a campaign that was conducted all online. It originated on a disgusting blog, neo-Nazi blog, and it was perpetrated through Facebook and other platforms. And it started with the hate online, Mr. Chairman, and then you had nooses being placed all over campus. ADL worked very closely with Ms. Dumpson, and she's in a much better place today. I think about a woman named Tanya Gersh, a Jewish woman from Whitefish, Montana, who had the misfortune of being from the same town that Richard Spencer, the notorious leader of the alt-right, was from. And when Miss Gersh was identified and then doxxed by the alt-right and neo-Nazis, she indeed as well was so mercilessly attacked, her and her family. They had to not only change all of their information, like their phone numbers, they had to move to a different home, they had to get 24/7 protection. Literally, again, death threats happened offline because of what started online. So algorithms, we need much more transparency around them to ensure that they don't discriminate against marginalized communities. We need to realize that, as we were saying earlier, Facebook's AI, their vaunted machine learning, literally misses 95 to 97% of the hate speech. You know, I used to be an executive at Starbucks, Mr. Pallone. I didn't get to say to my customers, well, 3 to 5% of our coffees don't have poison, so we think they're pretty good. You have to have a success rate of 100%, and I don't think it's too much to ask of literally one of the most well-capitalized and profitable companies in America to ensure that their products simply work and don't harm their customers or the public.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you another question, though, about transparency, because in the case of holding big tech accountable, increased transparency, I think, would go a long way to making it a safer place. So how would the bills before us today bring greater transparency and with it greater accountability to the big tech platforms, if you will?
Well, first and foremost, making the companies simply share their data about how the algorithms perform for the benefit of researchers and watchdogs. Think about it. These are public companies who have the privilege of getting resources from the public, right? Selling shares, but they don't disclose their information. Forget the risk to the companies. It's a risk to the general public. The right analogy here is really big tobacco or big oil. We learned later that big tobacco knew the damage that their products were doing to their consumers, but suppressed the research. And we didn't have insight until it became revealed. And we learned that big oil knew the damage that fossil fuels were doing to the environment, but they denied it and lied until it was revealed. Well, now we know the damage that big tech is doing to our children and to our communities. So asking them to simply be transparent, to simply make the information available. The last thing I'll just say to keep in mind is, what is the information we're asking for? It's user data. You know, there's an expression, if the product is free, you're the product. The information that we want is information about us. That shouldn't be too much to ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Latta, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chair, my good friend, for yielding, and thanks for the hearing today. Very, very informational, and I want to thank our witnesses for all being with us today. Ms. Rich, if I could start my questions with you. My good friend, the ranking member of the subcommittee, was getting into some privacy questions. And that's one of the issues that, that's being struggled with today, because, in looking at the testimony that you submitted, you say for consumers survey, upon survey shows that consumers are concerned and confused about their privacy. Then it says consumers need a clear and consistent privacy law. Businesses, they're confused. Then we look at the enforcers, and which is kind of also interesting because the lack of a clear privacy standards has undermined the FTC too. And you state that, among other things, that the law does not establish clear standards for everyone to follow before problems occur. And what are some of these, because it says it's largely reactive. So what's out there, what's the FTC's been doing, even though they're trying to do what they're supposed to be doing in enforcement, but what are some of the standards that they need to have right now to go forward and be clear for the public?
Well, some of the basic building blocks that we see in every privacy law aren't required by the FTC Act. Basic transparency, choices, accountability. There isn't a data security law that applies across the country. So, you may not want this in a law, but, access, correction, deletion, all of those types of rights that you see in law after law, anti-discrimination provisions, all of that, the FTC has to examine a specific company and decide after the fact, using its authority to police unfair or deceptive practices, whether a practice was unfair or deceptive. But there aren't clear requirements. All those elements aren't clearly required in any nationwide law that applies across different situations. And so, as I think I said in my testimony, the FTC's been able to do a lot with its authority under the FTC Act, but it would be so much better for the public, for consumers, for businesses, for everybody, for the marketplace, to have rules that everyone knows what they are, and they know what the consequences are if they violate them.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Lane, I'm very glad we're holding today's hearing today where we can consider legislative proposals like the big tech discussion draft that I authored that would require companies to disclose their content enforcement decisions. This is intended to cover illegal activity and harms that are happening online, such as fraud, illegal drug sales, and human trafficking. I think complementary to this goal is the ability to have access to accurate WHOIS data. This would go a long way in helping to solve these problems. As you mentioned in your testimony, WHOIS information can play a vital role in combating fraud and facilitating better cybersecurity. In 2020, I sent letters to several executive branch agencies to ask them about the importance of WHOIS in conducting their investigative and prosecutorial obligations. In responses from the FDA, FTC, and DHS, they emphasize the importance of this information in identifying bad actors and connecting criminal networks and protecting consumers about our cyber assets. Would restored access to WHOIS complement my discussion draft to make the internet safer?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Ladd, and your staff for taking a leading role in the WHOIS issue. Your letters have been critically important to show and highlight the real concerns and cybersecurity threats that our nation is facing because of a dark WHOIS, based on a decision from the European Union and GDPR, and a very broad interpretation of having it go dark. I just also want to add one thing, and it's not just me saying it. In 2021, a survey by the two leading cybersecurity working groups found that restricted access to WHOIS data impeded investigations of cyber attacks. 2/3 of the 277 respondents said their ability to detect malicious domains has decreased, and 70% indicated they can no longer address threats in a timely manner, and more than 80% reported that the time it takes to address abuse has increased, which means that cyber attacks, harms of victims last longer. The group basically said this: changes to WHOIS access following ICANN's implementation of the EU GDPR continue to significantly impede cyber applications and forensic investigation, and thus cause harm to victims of phishing, malware, and other cyber attacks. The Federal Trade Commission, as well at ICANN, has tried to fix this problem, and it is what you're pushing in your legislation and your letters, and hopefully this Congress will enact legislation, is critical. We can no longer put the multi-stakeholder process of ICANN ahead of the American people, and the safety and security and our national security needs to be protected by this Congress. And we should not be kowtowing to a law and a regulation that's from another country. And I just want to end on this. ICANN itself, this chairman, the CEO of ICANN, has said that they are limited in their actions because of the GDPR, not because of US law, not because of the California privacy laws, but by the GDPR. So we are at a risk of having our own security put at risk because of a foreign entity's legislation and regulation. And thank you so much for everything you're doing in this space.
Well, thank you very much. Madam Chair, before I yield back, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to ask for the entering the documents from the DHS, the FTC, and the FDA, and a report from the ICANN, GDPR, and who was a user survey into the record. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Now I recognize Mr. Rush for 5 minutes for his questions.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for convening this important hearing. And like my colleagues, I'm also a strong advocate for a comprehensive federal privacy legislation. In fact, when I served as chair of this subcommittee, we passed a strong bipartisan bill that ultimately and unfortunately died in the Senate. While I continue to advocate for privacy legislation, Madam Chair, I am also cognizant of the fact that privacy is not a panacea that will solve all of the internet-connected problems that our nation currently faces. Today, in addition to privacy issues, we also face very real and very pressing threats from issues like misinformation, disinformation, and algorithmic biases. And with that in mind, and while I look forward to working on comprehensive privacy legislation, I am pleased that we're addressing these other equally important issues as well. That said, Mr. Rowland, in your testimony, you state that, and I quote, children in lower income households spent nearly 2 hours more with screens than children from higher income households. And Black and Hispanic children spend significantly more time on screens than their white peers. You also describe how increased exposure to screen time is linked to increases in mental health issues such as depression. It is too often the case that when white America catches a cold, Black America catches pneumonia. And while I feel that this is true when it comes to screen time also. To that point, what type of impact is this increased screen time having in lower income households, and particularly for Black and Hispanic children? Has there been any data that shows how these outcomes compared to white children or children in higher income households?
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, so as you referenced, the data shows that low-income and Black and Hispanic children have more screen time and spend more time playing games and online than their higher income and their white peers. And, the data also shows that screen time linked problems like childhood obesity, there are much higher rates for low-income children and Black and Hispanic children. So I think that, given what we know about the severity of the problems linked to excessive screen time, and that these children from these communities are having even higher rates, it is absolutely essential that we pass policies to protect them. Like all issues, this affects all children, but like every issue, children from marginalized communities, children from more vulnerable communities are getting the worst of it. And so that's why it's so important that we create a new set of rules and build a better internet for children, because we need to protect the most vulnerable among us.
Does this fact create problems in the public education sector? Also, is there any data that supports other ramifications of this particular phenomena? Hello?
I'm sorry, I don't think I heard the
Mr.
question.
Gold?
Was that a question for me? I'm not sure if I heard it correctly.
Yeah, it's for you. It's the second question. Is there any data that says that this particular phenomena affects the public education system, students in the public education system? Is there an effect on the increase in screen time on schools and children in school?
Yeah, well, there is data that shows the more time the kids are spending online for entertainment, it's correlated with lower academic achievement. There has also been a rush to use EdTech in our schools and to see EdTech as a panacea for fixing educational inequality, when in fact what the data is showing is that the more hands-on learning that kids get, it's actually better for their academic achievement. So I think one of the things that's really worrisome is this, this idea that if schools invest heavily in EdTech platforms, that's going to fix educational inequality. And in fact, I think there's a real danger that it's going to worsen it, because what kids need is quality teachers, they need smaller class sizes, they need to interact with each other, and the more time that kids are spending on screens for their learning, it's taking away from those things.
Thank you. Are you back, Madam Chair? Thank you for your indulgence.
The gentleman yields back, and now Ms. Rodgers is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rich, thank you for your decades of service. Your experience at the FTC was under a Democratic chair, yet I appreciate your dedication to bipartisan consensus when possible, which had been the Commission's tradition. Yesterday, Mr. Bilirakis and I sent a letter to FTC Chairwoman Khan regarding the FTC's current direction. It expresses concern with the Commission's use of zombie voting to pass rules and the recent decision to delete legitimate business activity from the FTC mission statement. Given the number of bills before us, I think it's essential that we find a realistic enforcement balance. We need to know how the Commission would manage all these competing priorities without hurting legitimate business activity. This alarming mission statement change happened while the Build Back Better Act is pending in the Senate. That legislation includes an amendment to the FTC Act, which would give the Commission broad first offense penalty authority. How expansive is this proposed authority? Is there any commercial activity or sector of the economy that it wouldn't apply to?
The civil penalty provision in the Build Back Better Act, as I read it, would apply to anything covered by the FTC Act, unfair or deceptive practices under the FTC Act. So the FTC does lack jurisdiction over certain sectors of the marketplace, banks, nonprofits, certain functions of common carriers, but otherwise, as I understand the provision, if it were to pass, it would apply across wide swaths of the marketplace.
Thank you. Regarding the proposed new authorities, am I correct? This only deals with civil penalties and not remedies like disgorgement or restitution.
That's right, civil penalties only.
During your FTC service, was the Commission able to predict how many violations would occur each year?
No.
That's in line with our experience. The FTC cannot predict who's going to break the law. I would note we supported and enacted such civil penalty authority targeting COVID-19 scams, and the Congressional Budget Office reported back that such revenues were insignificant over the 2021 to 2030 period. This might be a basic question, but if all companies are following the law, there's no violation of the FTC Act, and thus revenue is not generated via enforcement actions, correct?
Yes, although I've never seen a situation where all companies are not violating the law.
Given how broad the authority is and what we know of recent FTC changes and actions, I worry about the lack of regulatory certainty for small businesses. They, after all, are not experts like you on what protections they may have under the FTC Act. Is it fair to say that they may not have the resources or the sophistication to manage a review by the FTC of their operations?
Yes, but I'm not to be a broken record, but I think Congress can fix this problem by passing a privacy law that does provide standards.
Okay, well, I appreciate you answering those questions and providing the insight. And I do thank all the witnesses for being here. I want to note that we have incorporated first offense penalty authority in our comprehensive privacy and data security legislation, the Control Our Data Act, as a means of policy enforcement. And I urge this committee to take action. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back, and now I recognize Congresswoman Castor for her 5 minutes of questions.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Schakowsky, for holding this very important hearing and for including my Kids Internet Design and Safety Act that I'm leading with Representatives Clark, Trahan, and Wexton, and of course Senator Markey and Blumenthal, and including the Social Media Data Act that Rep. Trahan and I are leading as well. We really do come to this hearing more so than other hearings as parents and as grandparents. We know, as Mr. Greenblatt said, these big tech companies are complicit in the harm that's being caused by online operations, and as Mr. Ahmed pointed out, profiting from the harm. So we clearly have to take action now on 230, on children's privacy, everyone's privacy, and especially the design of these platforms. So I want to focus in on the Kids Act. Mr. Golan, thank you very much for your years of work on this. So your testimony is that these big tech platforms like Instagram and YouTube and others, they intentionally design the way children interact online to kind of keep them addicted. Will you go into a little more detail on that?
Sure. And first of all, Representative Castor, thank you for your tireless work to see that children get the online protections that they deserve. So the business model for all of this media is to maximize engagement, because the more time a kid is on a platform, the more money they're worth to the platform. And so they design their platforms intentionally in ways to keep kids on those platforms and to keep them checking those platforms as often as possible. Just a few examples of that. They use things like rewards and nudges and push notifications. So things like snap streaks. So on Snapchat, kids are incentivized to communicate through Snapchat every day with a friend and then keep a streak going. And that becomes a very powerful motivation. It gamifies the relationship, and kids really want to keep that going. They use things like autoplay and infinite scrolls on TikTok to make it really, really, really easy to keep using a platform and really, really hard to disconnect. They use things like likes and follower counts, and so everybody can see who's popular and whose posts are popular at any given moment, and this is a really powerful incentive for kids to create content, and not only just create content, but to create provocative content and risque content, because they know that's what's most likely to get them attention. And then, of course, there's the algorithmic recommendations, which personalize everything to kids to show them the content that is most likely to keep them engaged and keep going on a platform, regardless of whether that content is good for them. And in fact, as we've been talking a lot about lately, very often that content is terrible for them.
And you know, I've been out when I'm out and about, and I see very young children now on tablets and iPhones. I mean, we're talking toddlers, and what does the latest research tell us about how young children are when they're first interacting with online platforms?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that's really disturbing is we all know that the age for social media, when you're supposed to go on social media, is 13. 40% of 9 to 12-year-olds report using TikTok every day. And the numbers are just about identical for Instagram and Snapchat.
And do they have the ability to kind of self-regulate at that age?
No, absolutely not. Executive functioning is still developing. It's very, I mean, these are platforms that adults get lost in. These are platforms that, we're all struggling with as adults. And to think that developing children who are still developing their executive function and whose habits are being formed are using these platforms.
So how will the KIDS Act then help parents and help address these harms that these online platforms are peddling and profiting off of?
So I think the KIDS Act does a number of really important things. So first of all, it prohibits those design choices that are there to maximize engagement, things like, to children, things like autoplay, things like rewards, things like quantified popularity. It prohibits platforms from using algorithms to amplify harmful content to children, something that we've all been talking about a lot lately. It also bans influencer marketing to children, which is one of the most manipulative forms of advertising there is. So it really would do a huge amount to start creating that online environment that kids
And then
deserve.
we have to pair it with privacy protections, right? And I've worked with you on the Kids Online Privacy Act. Do you agree that those need to work together and be passed together?
If we could pass both of those bills, we would really go so far towards creating the internet kids deserve.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Dunn, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these important issues. The Chinese Communist Party is probably the single greatest threat to the free world since the Cold War. And they seek to sabotage freedom, democracy everywhere it exists. And malign influence permeates all of their corporations, including those that operate in the United States. They have CCP members in key board positions, and many of those organizations, they have direct control over decision-making. Despite that, American tech companies still continue to operate within China, and we allow them, or companies with those ties, to operate quite freely here in the United States as well. Just this year, Microsoft was the victim of a Chinese state-sponsored cyber attack. Yet if you look at the number of job postings for Microsoft in China, you get the feeling they're expanding rapidly in China. So I think it's the concern of this committee what these U.S. tech companies are doing within China and what those Chinese companies are doing here. For purposes of this hearing, I want to focus on what the CCP-affiliated companies might be doing here in the United States. The CCP doesn't respect the rights of their own citizens. Why should they respect ours? Congress has a responsibility to ensure that American consumers are protected from these evolving threats. And I think this can be accomplished, and a number of you have said that today, if we can get a comprehensive data security bill through that protects our citizens without sacrificing innovation or competitiveness in our nation's technological fronts. Mr. Lane, I like many of my constituents, am very concerned about the amount of personal information that is currently collected without any basic level of protection. A specific example is BGI, that's the Chinese big genomics giant, and the activities that they instituted during the COVID pandemic. They sold millions of test kits to U.S. labs and offered their own sequencing services to the government and individual states. The lack of privacy standards attached to that does pose a national security risk, and I'd like to know what concerns you most when it comes to protecting Americans' consumer data from foreign adversaries, What keeps you awake at night?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. What keeps me awake at night is that most people don't realize that the driver in this artificial intelligence race and machine learning is human interaction and data. And those who collect it the most will win in that fight. And I do have strong concerns that we don't know how data is being collected and used. There's some great legislation, the Duncan bill and the Kinzinger bill are great examples of how we can try to know that. But we also have to be concerned because the head of government affairs for TikTok over in the Senate basically talked about how the data is stored in Singapore. My pictures are stored, I don't know where, somewhere in the cloud, but I can manipulate them, I can access them, I can even print them. So we need to make sure that we know not just where the data is stored, but how they're gaining access to it. And one of the things that has always bothered me about one of the TikTok statements is that they will never hand over U.S. American citizen information to China. And maybe they believe that, but if someone gets a knock on their door, a family member who's still living in China from the Chinese Communist Party, and says, we would like your relative to hand over the data, I know what I would do. It's just as a person, if it was my family being threatened, would I hand that data over? Probably. And so those assurances cannot be taken seriously with that.
So physical location of the data, which is real even in the cloud, right, is something that's important. And of course, the jurisdiction over that data is important. Ms. Rich, in the remaining seconds we have, I'd like you to address what help you would like from Congress to give to the FTC to improve the security of our data.
Specific data security requirements which do not apply across the market right now. There is no general data security law that applies to the U.S. marketplace. That would include process requirements such as doing a risk assessment, accountability among officers in the company, oversight of service providers, contracts with service providers. There's many elements.
A reliable audit on these companies perhaps as well.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time. All of you have been excellent witnesses. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Now we recognize Congresswoman Trahan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Schakowsky and Ranking Member Bill Rackus. Thank you for convening this important hearing, and thank you to the witnesses. Many of you have offered invaluable expertise to my team and me when we introduced the Social Media Data Act in May, and now as we draft text to create a new bureau at the FTC focused on platform transparency and safety. Mr. Golan, Fair Play, formerly the Campaign for Commercial-Free Childhood, has been studying the impact of advertising on children for decades. Can you explain why surveillance advertising, the method used by Instagram and YouTube, is particularly harmful for our teens?
Sure. There's a couple of reasons it's so harmful. And first of all, thank you so much for all of your work to protect children online. So it's harmful because it allows companies to target teens' vulnerabilities. In fact, Facebook a couple of years ago, they bragged to their advertisers that they were able to target a teen at the exact moment that they were feeling bad about themselves, and including when they feel bad about their bodies. So this leads to things like, girls who express interest in dieting getting targeted with ads for flat tummy teas and dangerous exercise routines. So again, being able to target those things that people are very vulnerable to and try and encourage consumption of products that will make those things worse. The other thing is that there's a complete asymmetry of information. It's just completely unfair. The only thing that teens may know about surveillance advertising is that there's some creepy ad that keeps following them around. And they do use the word creepy to describe the advertising. But the advertisers know everything about that child. They know every website they've ever visited, every video they've ever liked, every comment they've ever made online, how much money their parents make, where they live, all the places they go. So it's completely unfair. The advertiser knows everything about the child, and the child knows very little about how the advertising works. And then the last thing I'll just say is, of course, it leads to a tremendous amount of data collection, and that data can be misused in all sorts of ways.
Well, certainly. I thank you for that. I mean, as Congresswoman Castor pointed out, many of us are mothers. I'm the mother of 2 young girls. I'm very concerned that they could be watching an online video of their favorite athlete only to be targeted with a dangerous weight loss supplement. And we certainly need more transparency into how these ads are targeted. Dr. Marichal, can you speak to why it's important for researchers to be able to study all digital advertisements as opposed to just a subset like political ads?
First, it's very difficult to draw a clear line around what ads are political or not. For example, when an oil company runs ads advertising its commitment to green energy, is that political? How about when Facebook runs ads claiming to support updated internet regulation while lobbying against it behind closed doors? What about these diet ads that we were just talking about? Is that political? Moreover, even if we agree where to draw the line, can we trust platforms to enforce it accurately? I think it's clear that the answer there is no. But more importantly, ads can be dangerous or discriminatory even if they're not political. The diet ads here is a great example again. But more importantly, but many people would say that a housing ad is not political, but if it's targeted in such a way that Black users can't see it, that's discriminatory and harmful. And that's exactly what targeted advertising enables.
And I'm hoping that you can speak to why researchers need to have details regarding not just the aggregated description of the audience that's targeted, but also a description of the aggregate users who saw or engaged with an ad.
Right. So the targeting parameters only tell you who the advertiser was trying to reach. They don't tell you who saw the ads. Many times those two groups are the same, but if they're not, there's one of two things that's likely happening. Either the platform is defrauding the advertiser by charging for a service that they didn't deliver, or it's optimizing the targeting beyond what the advertiser asked for, often in ways that are discriminatory. Either way, this is something that we should know so that we can put an end to it.
Thank you for that. I do want to emphasize, I think political ad transparency is important. I know the lines are blurred more and more. On the resource page of my website, I've started a digital ad library where I'm posting all of my political ads. I've included all of the data outlined in the Social Media Data Act, and I'm happy to chat with my fellow members if they would like to join me in that. But I think just in my close, and I do have a few more questions I'll submit for the record, but Frances Haugen told us just last week that researchers have begged and begged and begged for very basic data that they will never get unless Congress acts. And the Social Media Data Act begins to address this issue. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of you on the transparency issues that will pave the way for us to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back, and now I recognize Mr. Pence for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Schakowsky and Ranking Member Bilirakis for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing here today. This hearing is imperative to exploring the parts of big tech that could be negatively impacting the social fabric of our country and harming the well-being of Hoosiers and all Americans. I'm increasingly concerned with the growth at any cost mindset of Silicon Valley, which has been around for a long time, as we heard last week. Social media platforms monetize inflammatory content using opaque algorithms and tactics intended to manipulate the tendency of its users. This information allows big tech platforms to sell highly valued advertising space for precisely placed ads at the most optimal times. If profit is the ultimate goal, and there's nothing wrong with making money, one way to get there is to gin up users by promoting content that elicits the strongest responses. This creates a feedback loop of more clicks that lead to more data, which leads to smarter algorithms that can collect even more data. These efforts seem to work in conjunction with the expansive shield of Section 230 to evade accountability. For big tobacco, warning labels plastered on the side of a pack of cigarettes served as a long-time immunity defense. For big tech, it is Section 230. And much like big tobacco, tech companies use these same tactics on our youth to bring in lifelong customers, if some of you remember Joe Camel. Unfortunately, for my constituents, there's little insight into algorithms big tech employs to take advantage of their sweeping access in our everyday lives. Nor do Hoosiers have adequate control over the amount of information collected or how it's used to tailor personal and curated content. You know, we had Truth in Lending. We had to take care of that many years ago. Building off the Communications and Technology Subcommittee hearing last week, which many of my colleagues here attended, it's clear this committee needs to get serious with our efforts to rein in big tech. Mr. Greenblatt, I think you would agree that there are positive aspects of social media. Whether it's checking in with family or friends, or for small businesses to expand their reach, there are healthy uses of social media. But it seems to me these tech companies realized early on that they sit on top of a gold mine of user information with virtually no guardrails to protect consumers. And as you detailed in your testimony, incendiary and controversial content is good for business. Throughout this hearing, we have acknowledged the harmful aspects of overexposure to hateful content. This has become a very much a bipartisan issue. We ought, in my opinion, we ought to consider proposals that stop a platform's ability to generate revenue off content that has been adjudicated to have harmed the well-being of its users. If platforms, Mr. Greenblatt, if platforms were limited in their ability to use algorithms to curate content for users, what would happen to social media companies? Would they still be profitable enough to stay in business?
Well, first of all, I would just say, Representative Pence, I agree with the analogy that you drew to big tobacco. I mean, speech may be different than cigarettes, but addictive products that the companies fail to manage, about which they obfuscate and lie to elected officials and to watchdogs, there's clearly a problem that requires government intervention. I wish it were different. Unfortunately, it is not the case. And I also agree that, like tobacco, you know, social media can be used in moderation for fun. And Facebook and other services have connected people across cultures, across countries. There's a lot of value to that. But the way they have been exploited by extremists, the way they have been used to abuse, again, children and manipulate them in ways that have been described is indefensible. Now, the reality is these companies indeed are so big and are so profitable, I actually believe they could fix this problem today if they wanted to. Sure, it might hurt their margins a little bit as they made some capital investments, but if they have the resources, think about Facebook. It's 16 years old, and yet it has 3 billion users across the planet Earth. It has the most sophisticated advertising.
So in the interest of time, you think that they could be profitable, they wouldn't necessarily go out of business?
Absolutely,
right,
yes.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now Mr. Mr. McNerney, sorry. Mr. McNerney, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair for correcting that observation, and I thank the witnesses. Your testimony is very stark and important. Mr. Golan, I just first want to say I appreciate your observation that big tech is counting on partisan division to prevent meaningful reform, and so we have to take that upon ourselves to make sure that isn't the case. Dr. Mayrochelle, AI and machine learning are significantly more efficient for targeting specific consumers and for moderating content, but they can also amplify and shape content in a way that creates entirely new harms, which we're hearing about this morning. So how does the use of AI and machine learning accelerate the spread of harmful content online when employed to prioritize engagements and profits?
Thank you for that question. I want to be really clear that we're talking about 2 different types of algorithms here. On one hand, we have the algorithms that boost content, including recommendation algorithms, the algorithms that tell you what groups to join, what people to add as friends, what accounts to follow, and order the content on your timeline. That is based primarily on correlation and on predictions based on engagement. What are you most likely to click on, watch, comment on, like, etc. On the other hand, we have algorithms that are meant to perform content moderation. That is to say, to identify the types of content that is illegal, that is against the platform's own rules, because it's harmful to judged to be harmful to users and to society. AI is not good at this latter part. This is one of the big lies that the tech industry has been selling us, that that we are just around the corner from a big achievement in AI that will suddenly make it possible for them to have these huge and hugely profitable platforms where their goal is to have as much of human economic activity and human life filter through these platforms so that they can make money off of it. They want us to believe that they're just around the corner from being able to identify and moderate away all the drug sales, all the incitement to violence, all the hate speech, all the content that we are rightly concerned about today. Again, that is not true. Only human judgment can do that.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So could increased transparency of artificial intelligence and machine learning by internet platforms help to improve online safety?
Absolutely. On the content moderation front, we need to know much more about the state of the art as it is today, and what technology can and cannot do. We've learned from Ms. Haugen's revelations, as well as from other whistleblowers previously, that Facebook in particular basically does not moderate content in languages other than English. I'm exaggerating slightly here, but if you look at Ms. Haugen's testimonies before Congress and in other places, it's really clear that as bad as things are for us in the US and for other English speakers around the world, it is orders of magnitude worse than that elsewhere. When it comes to content recommendation systems, likewise, we really need to understand what recommendations we are getting, what other people are getting, right? I have a sense of what's being recommended to me. I have no idea what's being recommended to you or to other people in society. And again, policy making in this area requires evidence. The first step towards getting evidence is greater transparency.
Well, thank you. Some clarification there. I also want to thank you for your recommendation that we not allowed CEOs to be both board members and majority shareholders. Hopefully we can work with the committees of jurisdiction to get that done, to do something there. You also recommended that we should create conditions to help us produce evidence-based policy. Would you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. So that is what I was referring to when I was speaking to the need for transparency and for researcher access to platform data. So much of what we believe about or think we know about platforms is based on our own individual experience, on anecdotes, on investigative journalism, on a kind of one-off research studies, but it's not comprehensive, right? We have little snapshots of a huge problem, but that is not enough to fully understand the nature and extent of the problems, because only the platforms have access to that information. So I believe that in order to legislate effectively, we need a much more detailed understanding of the facts on the ground.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Armstrong, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate everybody being here today. And I think how we get here, I've sat through a lot of hearings in this committee and in my former committee, and I think we come down to this simple truth that as the larger the platform gets, more data is collected. More sophisticated algorithms are developed, which further entrenches their place in the marketplace and stifles competition, and continues to incentivize the collection and use of that data to maximize profit. And several of you have basically said this, and you're not unique, you've heard it in a lot of covers. The problem's with the business model. One that is designed to attract attention, collect and analyze what keeps that attention, and place ads. Whether the content is somehow detrimental to that individual, minor or adult, or society in general, isn't a concern. Now, several tech companies have recently announced that they will eliminate targeted advertising on certain topics. And we all know contextual advertising still occurs in other media. But after doing this for nearly 3 years now, I think my question is basically this. Should we restrict targeted advertising? Should we just restrict it? Should we ban targeted advertising to children? I understand there would be significant consequences. But if the costs, societal costs, are as high as some of the witnesses here and witnesses indeed that we've heard talk about today, it becomes a simple cost-benefit analysis. The business model is not a bug, it's a feature. And it continues to do that. And listen, Republicans talk about increasing competition in the marketplace and how we do that. And oftentimes, and these aren't unique, right? We've had members on both sides of the aisle agree on certain issues. We've had members disagree on issues. But eventually, when we're talking about capitalism, we're talking about profit, we're talking some of the largest, most powerful companies in the history of the world, should we start talking about taking away the financial incentive for platforms to engage in that harmful conduct? There are claims that targeted ads are not only much more effective, but sell at a substantial premium. However, I know of at least one empirical study from 2019 that concludes that after accounting for other factors like user device information or geolocation data, publishers' revenue only increases by about 4% when a user's cookie is available. That increase corresponds to an average increment of just 0.00008 cents per advertisement. And as we continue to do this and we move around and we talk about how we do all of these things, I think the question has to become, how do we disincentivize these companies from financially profiting out of conduct that's particularly harmful to adults and children? And I think we do this, and I've learned just enough about all of this to be dangerous, I think, and we continue to move our way through this. But I think it's about, as a legislative body and as people who interact in this industry, I think it's about time we start having the real conversations about that. And I've got a minute and 50 seconds. Yeah, Mr. Lane. Question mark. Question.
The industry is actually moving away from targeted advertising. The last Interactive Advertising Bureau meetings, because of the GDPR and other related rules, are moving away. The question isn't targeted advertising that's the problem, especially if you talk with Jonathan Greenblatt. It's what are they watching? And if the algorithms, I worked for Fox, right? So it was, the goal was to, spend a lot of money to watch for the Super Bowl because you got a lot of people watching it. The ads weren't relevant, and so people are going to pay for the ads. They pay a lot of money for Super Bowl ads that are not targeted because of the crowd, the viewership. So the question is how are the algorithms, as I mentioned before, this black hole where they're trying to create people to be stuck in this system, the edge of the net, the edge players, and how do we deal with that issue? I don't think getting rid of targeted advertising is going to help as much for the issues around what Jonathan's talking about as the issue of the manipulation of people and bringing them down this black hole.
I would reinforce what Rick said. It's the surveillance advertising that's a problem. So I don't have a problem with advertising to our children. It happens on Saturday morning cartoons, since the dawn of television. It happens in other media. The challenge is that we don't know what information they're collecting. They refuse to be transparent about it. And it's to use the term, one big black hole. So I think what we need is these companies to submit to a degree of transparency, which would elucidate how their marketing works, and again, prevent children and others from being manipulated.
And if I was going to have one area in talking with the groups I work with on child safety, is to have the parental control set to on instead of off. That would go a long way of protecting the kids because most parents don't know how to turn on these parental controls. And having them set to on for children and younger users, both at the device level as well as at the social networking level, would be very helpful.
Can I just agree with you, Representative Armstrong, that I think getting rid of data-driven advertising to children is one of the most important things that we could do to protecting them?
Well, and I'm 26 seconds over, but I would say the one point to that is whatever the new financial incentive is, we'll have to deal with that one secondly. But the reason I bring it up is the financial incentive to be there. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And Congresswoman Clark, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Chakowski and Ranking Member Bilirakis for holding this very important hearing. And thank you to our witnesses for your insightful testimony today. Technology will always be a double-edged sword. While it is often a source of good and progress in the world, we must also take care to limit the harms and abuses that inevitably occur. As I mentioned during our hearing last week in the Communication Technology Subcommittee, the widespread use of algorithms by social media platforms to determine the content that users view has far too often resulted in discriminatory practices and the promotion of harmful misinformation. Recent whistleblower reports make it quite clear. These platforms knowingly amplify the most dangerous, divisive content. Indeed, it's central to their business model. This is a major concern of mine when it comes to safeguarding our democracy and stopping the spread of online misinformation aimed at marginalized groups. After the 2016 election, a Senate Intelligence Committee report found that Black Americans in urban areas were disproportionately targeted on social media with false reports and conspiracy theories meant to propagate distrust in our democratic institutions. The report specifically notes that Russian operatives, quote, took advantage of the Facebook recommendation algorithm, an assessment Facebook officials have corroborated, end quote. Mr. Ahmed, how would legislation like Congresswoman Matsui's Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act help prevent the targeted flow of disinformation aimed at marginalized communities like we saw during the 2016 elections and are now seeing again with the COVID-19 vaccine?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think there are two ways in which it would help and to abate civil rights concerns. The first is that it would help us to deal with the kinds of algorithms that feed racist, discriminatory material to people that weren't already following it. So one of our reports, Malgorithm, showed how people following wellness influencers were fed anti-vax content. People that then followed anti-vax content were fed anti-Semitic content because it knew that you could broaden as well as deepen people's extremisms. The second thing it would do is, look, there's this issue where misinformation is a very old thing. It's been around for a long time, but social media, it's like retrofitting a sort of a homing package onto that misinformation, in that it turns, a dumb weapon into a smart weapon, which can hone into the communities that it's most effective on. And we've seen that the incredible ability of content being produced by bad actors such as anti-vaxxers. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his misinformation about vaccines, which is then the algorithm drives it to the audiences that are most vulnerable to it. And that, of course, has led to death. I mean, 49 out of the last 50 deaths in DC were of COVID, were of African-American people. And that's a direct reflection of the misinformation that's been pumped into our communities.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. The lack of accountability and transparency into how companies are using algorithmic systems is an issue I've been sounding the alarm on for years. And it's important we recognize that the use of discriminatory algorithms isn't limited to social media platforms. Increasingly, algorithms are being used by large companies to determine everything from who is eligible for healthcare coverage to whether or not a home buyer receives a mortgage. While this may have certain benefits, the reality is that our current safeguards are insufficient to protect Americans from the harmful biases and design flaws inherent in many algorithms. And this is why I will soon be introducing an updated version of my Algorithmic Accountability Act, along with Senators Wyden and Cory Booker, which requires that large companies audit their algorithms for bias and discrimination and to report their findings to the FTC for review. Ms. Marischal, from a general perspective, why is it so important that we address the instances of algorithmic bias that affect critical decisions in people's lives?
Thank you for that question, Representative Clark. I think you described the stakes very well and clearly yourself. Algorithms make decisions based on data. That data is often faulty. That data, even when it is accurate, reflects information that should not be taken into account when making certain decisions. Right? When humans make decisions, we are not meant to make them with things like race or gender or age or other key markers of identity in mind in order to be fair. Algorithms can only make decisions based on data. And so and right now this is something that's perfectly legal in many cases. And so it's
Ms. Marshall, I'm so sorry. I'm over time. I didn't realize it. I thank you for your response. I yield back, Madam Chair. Please pardon me.
Yes. Thank you. Congressman Bouchon, you are next. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In recent years, there's been proposals for the creation of internet platforms and services aimed at children. Some of this I know we've covered. I apologize for missing part of the hearing, which I'm thankful have largely been put on indefinite hold, since I'm quite certain they would become havens for predators, fraudsters, and cyberbullies. Our society has seen the terrible impacts of cyberbullying on our children, with far too many being injured or even losing their lives as a result of malicious actors online. Mr. Lane, I applaud you for your work as a child safety advocate in opposing these type of bad actors. One proposal that I have put forward would require the publication and annual updating of content moderation practices relating to cyberbullying for internet platforms. This transparency would be a powerful tool for parents and other users to know what kinds of content and actions will not be tolerated on a platform, and they could be used, and they could use this information to allow and restrict their child's access. Would you agree that providing clear and consistent rules in this space would reduce the incidence of cyberbullying?
Yes, I do. When News Corp bought MySpace, and people maybe remember MySpace, it was the largest social networking site at the time. This is one of the areas that we focused on because of the concern that our CEO and others had when we purchased it, the harm that could be occurring through cyberbullying. And it was the first time that we looked. And we did instill a lot of practices to try to stop it and monitor and report to try to hinder the access of folks who are cyberbullying one another. So I do think having clear processes in place would be very helpful. But I also think, getting back to the point I was making earlier about having the parental control functions on in this world, what kids can talk to which kids, and making sure that they're kids is critically important.
I mean, I've got 4 kids. I mean, it's a tough nut to crack. I mean, sometimes you don't even know that your kids are on certain sites. They have dual sites. They have the one where they show their parents, and they have the one that they're actually communicating on. Mm-hmm. And as a parent, I do think parent engagement is extremely important in this situation, because we, as parents, said we have access to all of your phone information and your computer information, and the first time that you don't give it to us, you lose your phone, you lose your access to the computer.
This has been an area where Nicosi has been very active in this space because of the harms. As kids go down a really bad rabbit hole in this area, and it can be so detrimental to their health, their safety, and their education, and it's something that really needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and we can have everything in place, and that if the parents are or guardians are not daily, really, I mean, I've got 4 kids, daily engaged in what their kids are doing, we can do all we want here, but we may not still be able to stop it, but it's important to do it. Do you think the current patchwork of laws, regulations, and policies regulating the space to date have actually helped to allow cyberbullying in many cases?
I don't know. I mean, the hard part with cyberbullying that we faced even at MySpace was the free speech, First Amendment. What is cyberbullying? What is bullying? And that's always difficult to address. So the patchwork of different state laws, I mean, it's always hard when it's that way and there's no national law.
Yeah.
I don't know, and we tried to figure this out ourselves, how you draft a law that completely can stop cyberbullying.
I'm just curious, did you have childhood and teenage consultants on this when you know, I know it sounds crazy, but all of us that have kids understand that what we think as parents might be one thing, the kids actually have quite a bit of insight. And I talk to my kids and I'm like, okay, I don't quite get this, but it'd be interesting to know if that you think that would be helpful, where actually companies and maybe even Congress hear from teenagers, hear from kids about what's happening out there.
Yeah, it's funny. We didn't have any teens that were with us, but Perry Aftab, who was one of the leaders and child safety advocates in the early days of the net, had this group called Teen Angels. And she would talk to them, and we would talk to her and get ideas. The other thing that we did is we had a direct line to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to see what could we do to fix it, to make it better. And we basically took every recommendation that they made. Some may say to the detriment that now it's all about Facebook and no one knows about MySpace. But we thought it was the right thing to do, and we took steps. We would not implement certain functionality because we couldn't figure out how we could protect children that made sense. Himanshu Nigam, who was our chief safety officer, we would talk almost every day on what we could do to make MySpace safer. And it's tough, but you can do it.
Yeah, and it not only needs to make sense to us, it needs to make sense to the people who are potentially being cyberbullying. So I'd suggest that we seriously consider that in the future when we're talking about this subject. We might have a few people who, young people who are actually in the arena, so to speak, give us some advice. I mean, I think that's not a bad idea. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and now Mr. Cardenas, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and also Ranking Member Bilirakis for holding this critical hearing. And I want to thank all the witnesses for all your expertise and opinions today to help educate us so that we hopefully can make good policy to guide what's going on underneath our noses every single day. Every day, Americans are forced to accept extremely complex, opaque, and one-sided terms of service to enjoy popular platforms that often market themselves as free. What I'm holding up here is 27 pages of an agreement that anybody who uses Snapchat has agreed to these 27 pages. There are roughly 106 million active Americans on Snapchat. How many of those users do you think have the time or formal legal education to understand and agree to a contract such as this? Written by a team of lawyers, by the way. The average American doesn't have a team of lawyers, nor could they afford it. I predict that right around none is the number of Americans who have actually read every single one of these pages. And this goes for many, many, many of the platforms. Some of the platforms have reduced their agreements to 2 pages, probably much finer print and a lot more legalese. And once again, still at the end of the day, same typical terms. Snapchat prides itself on protecting user privacy, and those who use the platform believe their snaps exist temporarily before being automatically deleted. But when you read the terms of service, you realize that this is not the case. In fact, Snapchat employees can access your private user data, including photos and/or videos. To go even further, hidden in Snapchat's terms of service, you grant Snapchat and its affiliates an unrestricted, worldwide, royalty-free, irrevocable, and perpetual right and license to use the name, likeness, and voice of anyone featured in your public content for commercial and non-commercial purposes. That's one of the clauses that's buried in these 27 pages. Folks, I said of anyone featured in your content. That's what that just meant, anybody featured in your content. So if I put out content and my colleague, Ms. Kelly, is next to me, all of a sudden I've wrapped her in it. She hasn't agreed to anything, but it applies to what I've done, and I may have injured or aggrieved somebody that I care about. That means people who do not even sign up are subject to this agreement. And again, even if that person disagrees, do they have a team of lawyers to go ahead and fight for their rights? Those who read the terms would notice that platforms often include an arbitration clause, stripping the ability of users to take these companies to court. Instead, they force users to resolve issues in-house on the company's home turf with their team of lawyers against you. For supposedly free services, these platforms seem to take a lot of our users for granted and a lot from us. Mr. Greenblatt, can platforms use the terms of service to include a provision that harms users and put them outside the reach of the law?
Thank you for the question. I'll preface my response by noting that I'm not a lawyer or a consumer protection lawyer at that. That being said, it seems to me that the point you've raised is incredibly valid. Pages and pages and pages of 8-point legalese, and expecting my 15-year-old or 12-year-old to understand that is laughable at best, and it's malicious at worst. I mean, the reality is this is why we need transparency. We need transparency in how these algorithms work. We need transparency in the data they're collecting. And Mr. Congressman, we need a kind of not truth in advertising, but a truth in terms. I mean, what you just laid out is indefensible when it's directed at a minor.
And not just a minor, the average American just cannot.
Absolutely.
It's just not an even playing field, not at all. Yes, Mr. Lane, briefly?
Yeah, very briefly, this is why we need Section 230 reform, because if there is a violation of the terms of service, we need to have the civil litigation to be able to find out if there's a violation so we can get teams of lawyers to engage in this process. Without the Section 230 reform that we're talking about and the duty of care, we're waiting for a whistleblower, which we hope comes, but may never.
Well,
Can I jump in here? I realize it's awkward because I'm remote, but Section 230 has absolutely nothing to do with this. This is about privacy.
okay, thank you. I'd like to ask a quick yes or no.
Can I just say, any value that we care about shouldn't be subject to notice and choice in a deep in a terms of service.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this issue is obviously important, not only to the average American, especially for those of you who are deeply involved in this every single day, as I can see by your answers. Very quickly.
No, the gentleman's time has expired. You're going to have to put that in, am I right? Yeah, you're going to have to put that in writing.
I was hoping you'd afford me the same generosity I've seen my colleagues do. I love you. Just
Okay, but to ask the question and then get an answer.
I yield back. I just saw everybody go a little extra.
I would, but I
thought I'd
think to
abuse
ask-
my position as well. Thank you.
Okay. And now Congresswoman Dingell, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for holding this hearing, and to all of you who are testifying here today. In our March hearing with many of the major tech CEOs, I raised the fact that violative, provocative, and divisive content often receives more engagement on social media platforms, which many of you have raised in your testimony. Several audits, investigations, and reports continue to substantiate the claims that companies are aware of this fact. And I believe it's our duty to ensure that they're not prioritizing profits and engagement over the safety and the health of their users. I would like to move some questions focused on these protections. First, on prioritizing engagement. To the panel, if you just answer this with a simple yes or no. Are these companies actively making the choice to prioritize profits and engagement over combating disinformation, violent content, and negative health outcomes for individuals and children? Yes or no? Dr. Marichal?
Yes.
Mr. Greenblatt?
Yes.
Mr. Ahmad?
Yes.
And Mr. Golan?
Yes.
Golan, sorry. Mr.
Yes.
Lane?
Yes.
Ms. Rich? Okay, so we got that. So my next question is, for Dr. Marichal. Is there significant evidence that the changes we're proposing today to these platform algorithms will have an outsized impact on user engagement on the platform? What is the cost benefit for consumers and companies in incentivizing or requiring these changes?
That's a great question, Congresswoman. I think the single most impactful thing that we could do to change the current incentives, which, as you say, push companies to prioritize engagement above all else, is to ban surveillance advertising. This would most effectively be done through comprehensive privacy reform.
Thank you for that. I firmly believe that independent researchers and the FTC should have access to data from these companies to ensure that features and user data are not being exploited in ways that push individuals and children towards disinformation, violence, extremism, negative health outcomes. And that's why I am supporting one of the Social Media Data Act introduced by my colleague, Rep. Trahan, to ensure that researchers have access to information on targeted online digital advertisements to study their potential harms to consumers and create a working group to establish guidance on handling this data. In March, I asked Mark Zuckerberg if he was opposed to a law to enable regulators to access social media algorithms. Can't even talk today. In his response, he said that giving more transparency into these systems was important, but we sure haven't seen any progress on Facebook on that issue so far. So, Dr. Marichal, why have companies so far resisted increased transparency on sharing advertising data with independent regulators and researchers, despite repeated commitments to do so and repeated revelations that they are aware of the impact?
In short, because as bad as they are at moderating and governing user content on their platforms, they're even worse at moderating advertising. Facebook and other platforms are replete with ads that are illegal in the country in which they are served, that violate the platform's own stated rules, and they don't want to get caught doing that. And they know that when in the case of Facebook, it's 99% of their revenue comes from targeted advertising. For Google, it's in the 90% or something like that. It's very high for other platforms as well. That once you start tugging at that string, that the whole house of cards is likely to come down. This is a completely ungoverned and anti-competitive sector of the economy that needs to be regulated as soon as possible.
So I have many other questions, which I'll submit for the record, but I'll give you my last one for Dr. Marichal. How do platforms create additional barriers, or in some cases, completely block independent researchers from obtaining data? And how would the Social Media Data Act alleviate some of these obstacles?
That's a great question. So, the New York, the NYU Ad Observatory case from this summer is really the prime example of that. Companies, first of all, are constantly changing their code to make it harder for researchers to scrape or to automatically collect information that is publicly on the internet that you don't need a login to access. They also shut down the accounts, deplatform individual researchers when they start to do research that the companies find threatening. That's what happened to Laura Edelson.
You're going to have to wind up your answer right now.
Thank you, ma'am. They also sue individual researchers, which is very, very chilling to research.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say one thing, the consequences of these decisions are boldly apparent and in many cases deadly. Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding these hearings, and I hope our committee acts soon.
The gentlelady yields back, and now my colleague from Illinois, Congresswoman Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing today. Building off of our productive Communications and Technology Subcommittee hearing last week, I want to thank the witnesses for testifying today and helping us craft legislation to hold big tech accountable. And to Mr. Greenblatt, I just wanted to say to you 20 years ago, maybe more now, I got engaged with the Anti-Defamation League, and it changed my life because I got involved in a world of difference and a campus of difference. So you helped me see things through a great lens that I still have with me. One of the fastest growing methods for acquiring customers online is through influencer marketing. Influencers are people who have a lot of followers or social influence online who then use that influence to endorse and sell products. Today, influencer marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the U.S. What I find concerning is that so many of today's top influencers are children, so-called kidfluencers with massive followings on social media. It is not clear online when content is organic or sponsored advertising. Studies show this problem is significantly worse for children because children do not yet have the cognitive abilities to make these distinctions. Mr. Golan, can you talk about the harms of kidfluencers pose for children online, and why do you believe such advertising has become so prevalent?
Yeah, so the reason it's become so prevalent is because it's allowed on the internet and it's not allowed on children's television. So on children's television, we have the Children's Television Act, which prohibits product placement. It prohibits a host from selling directly to children. And we don't have the same rules online, which makes no sense. If a child is watching a video on YouTube, they certainly deserve the same protections if they're watching it on Nickelodeon or Disney or another television channel. And the harms, so children's understanding, they already understand advertising less than adults, but the way that we can get children to understand advertising better is by having it clearly separated from content. What research shows is the more that advertising is embedded, the less children understand about what's going on. So you have on situations like on YouTube, unboxing videos, you have unboxing stars like Ryan's Toys Reviews, literally billions of views of these videos where Ryan is talking about a toy he's been paid to talk about for 10, 15 minutes. Kids are watching infomercials. Studies have shown that kids who watch these videos are more likely to nag their parents for what's advertised and more likely to throw a temper tantrum if they say no. These influencer marketing is also linked to higher levels of materialism. And if you look at Frances Haugen's documents, one of the things that teens themselves are saying is that influencer culture is toxic and makes them feel bad about themselves.
We also know that social media platforms often facilitate and certainly make a lot of money from influencer marketing. What responsibility do you think that these platforms have to protect children from this kind of marketing? And in your mind, are they fulfilling these responsibilities?
They're absolutely not fulfilling these responsibilities. I mean, YouTube is making so much money off of kids watching unboxing videos. Influencer content on TikTok and Instagram is making those platforms. But I don't think we can wait for these platforms to do the right thing. That's why I think we need legislation like the Kids Act that would ban these platforms from recommending influencer marketing to kids.
So how do you think the Kids Act would help protect children in these instances where it's hard to distinguish between authentic and sponsored content?
Well, what it would do is it would prohibit the platforms from amplifying that content to children. And so that would be a mechanism where the platforms could be held responsible. And I think if they were facing fines for doing that they would start cleaning up their act.
And because I have a little bit more time, does anyone else want to make a comment about that? No? Okay, well, I will yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady yields back, and Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Transparency, privacy, integrity of information, protecting our kids, all critical ideals that our committee is charged with helping uphold in social media. These are a challenge in English. It's pure chaos right now in Spanish and in other languages trying to uphold these ideals. So I applaud the chair and the ranking member, my fellow Floridian, for the bipartisan group of bills that have been put forward today that we're starting to review. We've seen lies about the vaccines and about January 6th and about the 2020 election. And we've seen lies that breed hate and division in our nation. And so this committee takes this very seriously. For Spanish language content, it's often less moderated for misinformation and violence than English content. Spanish language content posts are often allowed to remain on social media pages for longer durations than English content. Question for Mr. Greenblatt, then Mr. Ahmed. How does having unregulated Spanish misinformation hurt minority communities and people of color? And how do social media companies and their algorithms fail to address the Spanish misinformation? Mr. Greenblatt.
So it's a very good question, Congressman Soto. And one of the revelations of the Facebook whistleblower was that Facebook spends upwards of 90% of its resources on dealing with misinformation in English, despite the fact that less than 10% of its users are doing so in English. So there's a vast misallocation of resources, despite the fact that they do a pretty poor job, as has been stated already. ADL proudly participates in the Spanish language disinformation coalition, and we work a great deal to look at these issues. I can tell you, we have found examples. We did an analysis last November, of Spanish language anti-Semitism on Facebook, and we found with just a few keystrokes about 24 Spanish language accounts that were wildly in violation of Facebook's own terms of service that they failed to take down, that got hundreds of thousands of, coming from groups with hundreds of thousands of users, getting upwards of 55,000 views. So we know this is a big problem.
And we have seen that published in even local newspapers and in local television in places in our state. So we're deeply concerned about it, and then it's repeated in social media. I want to turn to Mr. Ahmed next. How does unregulated Spanish misinformation and other foreign language misinformation hurt minority communities and communities of color, and how do algorithms fail to address this misinformation?
Well, this is a mixture of both algorithms, which are very good at targeting the right misinformation to the most vulnerable audiences, and bad actors who understand that actually the Spanish-speaking market is an easier one to sell misinformation into, because there isn't as much moderation of the content there, and it's just there's a lower potential of that content being removed. What that means in practice is that if you take, for example, vaccine misinformation, that the content that was being targeted to Spanish audiences by non-Spanish speaking originators, so you found some of the key members of the disinformation dozen who aren't themselves Spanish speakers were having their content translated into Spanish at the same time and pumping it out into Spanish-speaking audiences. And we saw that being taken up. We saw people debating it. We saw people deciding not to vaccinate initially because of it. And what did that mean? That meant that literally, Latinx communities in America were dying because they were being, they were more exposed to, that there was a higher prevalence of acute COVID, and second, that they were then being persuaded not to take the vaccine, the thing that would most protect them.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. And just as a comparison, we saw vaccination rates really high in Central Florida among both Puerto Rican and Mexican American communities. Puerto Rico has the highest rate in the nation because it wasn't politicized in the media and in social media, but we saw in other areas like in South Florida and South Texas where misinformation campaigns were deliberate. And what did that lead to? Low rates. I heard crazy things said about the vaccines when the only crazy thing about it is not taking them to stop this deadly virus. So thank you, gentlemen, for your input. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
It's to Doyle? Okay. The gentleman yields back, and now as we welcome a wave-on to the committee, and that would be the chairman of, also a chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Doyle, for his 5 minutes of questions.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and to both you and Chairman Pallone, continuing this series of legislative hearings to move forward with common sense solutions to protect consumers online and to hold online platforms accountable for their actions. Last week at the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, we heard from experts on the harms caused by online platforms, as well as experts on legislative solutions to address these significant problems. And as we've heard from panelists today, providing victims access to the courts is not enough to address the breadth of issues surrounding tech platforms. I agree that transparency and other accountability measures are necessary as well. So today's hearing and the witnesses' testimony are very important as we move forward. Mr. Greenblatt, you also made comments to this effect. In your testimony, you note that hate speech and potentially disinformation and other dangerous content is often protected by the First Amendment. And then you go on to say that we need to do more than just focus on Section 230 reform as we work to hold platforms accountable. Can you first talk about how some platforms are tuned for disinformation? I'd like to hear more detail on how some platforms' designs encourages disinformation, hate speech, and harmful content.
Thank you very much for the question, Congressman Doyle. So first of all, let's just acknowledge that hate speech is part of living in a free society. Our First Amendment protects ideas, even those that we don't like. But the challenge is hate speech is not the same, and speech that causes direct harm is different. Freedom of speech is not the freedom to slander people. Freedom of expression is not the freedom to incite violence. So platforms like Facebook or Twitter, Congressman, that often will use anonymity, that don't take down posts that are directly threatening to people, that don't take down posts that express lies or misinformation, are directly damaging to the public good. Now, the reality is that there's a reason why newspapers, magazines, movies, television, radio, and all other media do not allow such content on their services, because they would be liable for litigation and for lawsuits if they did. Only the social media companies enjoy the privilege of non-accountability, and that's because of the loophole in the law, Section 230 that was referenced earlier.
Thank you. Research has shown that with very little information about a user, Facebook's algorithms can actively begin showing conspiracy theory and other disinformation to that user. Is it good policy that federal law protects Facebook from any harm that comes to the user as a result of that information?
Absolutely, it is bad policy. It is unambiguously bad public policy, and it's a loophole that extremists have exploited to great effect. And again, we've seen where out in the open, extremists use Facebook groups to organize actions against other individuals. This would be inexcusable, again, in any other context. People are allowed to say hateful things. The question is whether Facebook and the other services should privilege them, should amplify them, should elevate them. I say the answer is no.
So how do we pair the transparency and reporting requirements with other reforms like we discussed last week to protect both online users and maintain a healthy online ecosystem? And how do we have meaningful transparency requirements that are not abused by those promoting hateful and other odious forms of speech, even if protected by the First Amendment?
Well, I think one of the things that could be done right away, Mr. Congressman, would be to allow researchers access to this information. You don't have to necessarily make it available to the entire public, but accredited researchers who apply could be given access. And you'd need to have real criteria so that the Facebook and the other companies couldn't deny credible requests. But you have, as public servants, and in the government, you have to be compliant with the FOIA request. There's no reason why we couldn't create a similar FOIA-type requirement of these companies, because the data they have is our data, it's public data, it's citizen data, and they should be more transparent and sharing it.
Thank you. Mr. Ahmed, we know through your research and now through Facebook's research, thanks to Frances Haugen, that a small number of users are responsible for much of the disinformation that we're seeing online. Clearly, the incentives are not aligned for these platforms to take this type of content more seriously, even when we know it leads to real-world harms. Can you tell us how the bills before us today will help realign the incentives?
Well, I think comprehensively what they do is give us more illumination as to the underlying rationale, the drivers, the business decisions, the economic rationale for allowing this content to remain on their platforms. And they really have. I mean, look, the disinformation dozen, of their 98 social media accounts, 42 are still up. they still have around 52% of their audiences that they had before we wrote that report. So yes, some action's been taken, but for the main part, over half of it is still up there. Now, why is that true? What these would collectively do is start to create some transparency and therefore accountability for those failures.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. We're honored to have your presence today. I want to now recognize Representative Lesko for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all of the panel members for testifying today. This is such an important issue. It's been said that false information spreads so much faster on social media than accurate information, and I found that to be true. And I think a lot of it is because people, you know, whether it's media outlets or whoever it is, want us to have salacious titles and things so that we click on it and then and use it. But my first question is for Jessica Rich. Jessica, the FTC recently released the draft FY 2022 through 2026 plans. I understand Chairman Khan deleted language from the FTC mission that specifically says that the FTC will accomplish their mission without unduly burdening legitimate business activity. How concerned are you that this altered mission statement could lead to increased costly regulatory burdens on businesses?
The deletion of that language sends a really bad message, and I would like to think of my former agency that it was a mistake. But and they should, and that they're planning to put it back in. One thing that it's important to remember is that regardless of whether that language is in a mission statement, that concept runs throughout so much law and policy at the FTC that regardless of mission statement or no mission statement, it's going to be very hard to ignore undue burdens on legitimate business activity. It's built into deception, it's built into unfairness, it's built into substantiation, fencing in so many doctrines, but it was very ill-advised to take it out of the mission statement, and it sends a terrible message.
Thank you for that answer. And also to you, Jessica Rich, as you said, you're a former FTC director of the Bureau of Consumer Protection. What is your reaction to the granting the FTC civil penalty authority language in the mission statement? Or granting them civil penalty authority?
Under the Build Back Better Act. The FTC badly needs stronger remedies, especially with the rollback of 13B authority. But it would be far better for both the FTC and the public if this type of authority came with more direction from Congress regarding the situations where this would apply. One thing to note that hasn't been talked about very much is that even with this new authority, the FTC will still need to prove that any company, before paying civil penalties, has knowledge that they're violating the law. So that would be an important safeguard that would still be in there.
All right, thank you very much. My next question is for Mr. Rick Lane. Areas of clear vulnerability, and you've said it in your testimony, to putting our sensitive personal data at risk are those situations where sensitive personal information is stored in foreign countries known to be hostile to the United States. One namely is China. Mr. Lane, how important is it that any reforms to Section 230 also include reforms to transparency and content moderation practices and them storing our personal information?
I think it's very important. We have actually treaties now that we've signed about how we can't require data localization. And so we can't say where people can store is based on our treaties, and that should be looked at as well. But in terms of what is happening with TikTok and others, I do believe that we need to take a closer look at how this data is being accessed, who's accessing it. One of the concerns I have, if you've ever seen the documentary A Social Dilemma, is where they show the, supposed to be Facebook or sort of turning the dial to try to influence our behaviors just a little bit. Elections are won and lost by 2 percentage points sometimes. And I would hate to see that there's information that's being derived that's just someone behind the scenes is turning that dial who may be hostile to our U.S. interest.
Well, I agree with you, and I did watch Social Dilemma, and I think it's very interesting because it kind of opens your eyes on how we're being influenced behind the scenes. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back, and now I recognize Congresswoman Blunt Rochester for her 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for the recognition and allowing me to join this very important and timely hearing. The Internet's remarkable power and potential have been used to create, unite, and innovate. Unfortunately, it's also been misused by bad actors to misinform, divide, and distract, preying on unsuspecting Americans. This hearing today represents a bipartisan consensus that large tech companies must reform their practices to ensure the Internet remains a place of innovation and potential. The common denominator underlying the horrible things that we've heard about today is the ability for tech companies to use design practices to undermine user choice for the sake of profit. For my part, I introduced the bipartisan and bicameral Detour Act because tech companies have used decades worth of research on compulsion and manipulation, often conducted on the gambling industry, to design products that trick or strong-arm people into giving up their data or consent to potentially harmful content. Today, we often call these dark patterns, and they exist on virtually every tech platform today because this data collection scheme fuels the algorithms and targeted ad programs we have decried in a bipartisan way. If we allow tech platforms to hamper Americans from making choices in their own self-interest, we will never see the Internet reach its full potential. Dr. Marichal, I would like to begin with you. Can you provide us an example of a dark pattern that undermines user choice on the Internet today, and what makes these tactics so ubiquitous online and so effective in influencing user behavior?
Absolutely, ma'am. Since the GDPR and CCPA, Internet users have gotten used to seeing data collection consent pop-ups when they visit websites. And the point of that is to give us choice over whether or not to share, to make make it possible for companies to collect our data. But this is undermined by the type of deceptive design that you're talking about. You've noticed, I'm sure, that many of them make it much, much easier to allow the website to collect whatever data it wants than to refuse that permission or to get detailed about what data we want to allow or not to be collected. Even someone like me who's onto them, I'm often pressed for time, and so I click accept rather than going through half a dozen more clicks to limit the data collection to what is needed for the website to work properly. Ideally, sites should only be able to collect the data that they actually need to do the thing you want them to do. But at a minimum, it should be just as easy to protect your privacy as it is to give it away.
Great, thank you so much. And Mr. Golan, why is it important that we consider regulation of dark patterns that target children, especially those that cause compulsive behaviors?
Yeah, well, we should regulate dark patterns that are aimed at children for 3 reasons. The first of all is because, as you mentioned, they're extremely prevalent. Most of the apps and the games that children are on use manipulative techniques finally owned by endless A/B testing in order to get kids to stay on platforms longer, in order to get them to watch more ads, and in order to get them to make in-game purchases. The second reason that we should do it is because it's unfair. When the idea is to undermine user autonomy and to manipulate children, that's unfair. Just a couple of examples. There are preschool apps aimed at very young children where the characters in the game start mocking children if they try to stop playing and taunt them into playing even longer. So many of the games that children play use virtual currencies that have no fixed rate. And so they manipulate those currencies, and so kids don't understand when they're buying things with real money how much money they're actually spending. And finally, we should regulate them because they cause harm to children. There's the financial harm that I just mentioned, where kids are racking up hundreds and thousands of dollars in-game purchases, but they're also being used to drive compulsive use and to get kids to have more screen time, which of course displaces things that they could be doing that would have much more benefit to them.
Yeah, and also contribute to healthy child development. I think you're correct. And Mr. Greenblatt, a lot of times we hear when we discuss dark patterns about things that companies shouldn't do. But can you mentioned the social pattern library, and it considers some very important things. What are good design principles? Can you describe some of the findings and recommendations that ADL made as part of the social pattern library?
Yes, thank you for the question. A few points. I mean, number one, nudges are very useful. And we've seen services like YouTube and Twitter implement them based on our recommendations and actually decrease the prevalence of hate on their platforms. Number two, doing things like turning off the automatic auto reel that you often see on services like YouTube. So the videos keep playing over and over again, and the young people, the children, are just fed this content without actively choosing it. Number three, another design principle is you don't have to have, let's say, controversial videos. I think you have to have controversial videos, but videos that violate the policies, if you will, there's just no reason to be promoting them. They should be taken down, but while they're being viewed, you don't have to put them in search. There are lots of little techniques that product managers can do in order to iterate the results slightly in a way that is consistent with preserving freedom of speech, but that doesn't
Thank you.
promote the fringes.
And my time has run out, but I will follow up with a question for Mr. Ahmad. And thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, for this very important hearing. I yield back.
Thank you. And Mr. Wahlberg, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I appreciate being waved on today. This is a hearing that I think is important with multiple hearings we're doing on big tech and its impact. I know members of this committee on both sides have long supported a comprehensive national privacy and data security framework, and we have a record of working in a bipartisan manner to achieve that. For that, I'm grateful. While many worthy proposals are being considered today, I fear that without a bipartisan, cohesive framework, we'll continue down a path of patchwork laws that confuse consumers and place undue compliance burdens on businesses. We may have significant differences on issues such as Section 230 reform, but privacy, particularly when it comes to children, should be a no-brainer. Or maybe that's the wrong term to use. It should be a good-brainer. That's why I've introduced, with my good friend Congressman Rush, a bipartisan bill that would update and modernize the Children's Online Privacy Act, or COPPA. I wish that it was part of the hearing today, but it isn't, but still, it can be in the future, and I hope it is. Mr. Lane, as you know, this is not the only legislation aimed at enhancing child privacy laws. There are Democratic proposals in both the House and Senate, which reemphasizes my point that this should be a bipartisan issue. However, I have concerns with some of the COPPA legislation that has been introduced, including language that would grant new authorities to the FTC that may unduly burden legitimate business activities such as good actors that have FTC-approved self-regulatory guidelines. And so, Mr. Lane, could you speak to why elimination of self-regulatory guidelines is harmful and what might be some unintended consequences of doing just that?
Sure, happy to, and thank you for the question. First of all, I want to say I am a big supporter of reforming COPPA. I actually think it should start at 17 and go younger and not at 16. I think it needs to be updated. Things have changed since Ed Markey wrote the bill back in 1998. But one of the pieces of the bill that is actually important that may be left out or included in part of some of the reform bills is the self-regulatory environment of having FTC-compliant COPPA entities being certified. And the reason that we supported that in the past and why we liked it was to help parents. It was to help parents to know that if their kids were going on a site that was for 12 and under, that there was some mechanism, though, that was like a good housekeeping seal of approval because we were concerned that, as Jessica knows, the lack of resources at the FTC, they can't investigate everybody. So we thought we could help put together a mechanism that would say, we have a certification program that you go through. That certification program and that company can be certified by the Federal Trade Commission, and it would help provide parents with information that the sites that they were going to have their kids on would be COPPA compliant. Now, there have been some bad actors, and recently one of those bad actors got booted from the program. They should have. And I would support stronger enforcement of those entities like Prevo and others that are doing a great job. But I think it may do a disservice to parents that if they have to kind of guess and hope and pray that these thousands of websites that are targeting 12 and under are COPPA compliant, I think that maybe that would just be a mistake.
Okay. Thank you. My legislation, of course, as you may know, raises the age for parental consent protections for children online from under 13 to under 16 years of age. It just seems that big tech in this space has a race to the bottom going on.
Yeah, and if I can just add one other piece, and Jessica was actually one of the first individuals I reached out to on this, is this FinTech child privacy protection gap. Because what has happened is that as kids are migrating into this digital e-commerce world and having debit cards and digital wallets, those privacy rules are grandly widely, which is an opt-out regime, and you hope that the parents would opt out. As Congressman Cardenas had basically said, no one reads the opt-out and no one opts out. COPPA is for websites targeted 12 and under. So the concern is that as you have this combination of kids' financial information being collected and then tagging that along with social networking information, you have the perfect storm of underage kids having a whole dossier on them prior to them hitting 18. That could be detrimental to their future. And that gap, I think, needs to be filled by legislation.
I appreciate that. I have some more questions, but I don't have time. I'll get them to you, but I appreciate you adding that because that's insightful. Thank you.
Can I make one quick point about COPPA safe harbors?
If the chairperson allows
I'm
it.
afraid that's going to have to go into to respond in writing. For
Okay.
that. We have to move on. I now recognize for 5 minutes, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Leader Bill Rackus for allowing me to wave on to this hearing. I appreciate it very much. Ms. Rich, I'll go to you, but I have another question here. I want to go back to the exchange that you had with Ranking Member Rodgers. We've got a lot of supply chain issues that are going on right now, and they can go beyond just a local retailer. Say I'm the owner of a car dealership in Georgia or a wine shop in Washington State or even a grocer in a small town in West Virginia. I'm paying more now than I was before to get access to products that aren't as available as they were before. I may have to charge more than I did a month ago just simply because of increased cost, obviously. I don't know the ins and outs of the FTC Act, so aren't the process changes, the new authorities that have been discussed today, and other actions going to cause a lot of confusion? And for me as a retailer, and just for trying to responsibly run my business?
I haven't done that analysis, but I do know that right now there's a lot of confusion about when the FTC instead chooses to pursue something through a deceptive or unfair practices. And so the FTC is always better off when it has direction from Congress as to what the standards are for particular concerns like content moderation, privacy, et cetera. So I think at least in many circumstances, direction from Congress decreases confusion.
Decreases confusion.
Decreases confusion.
Okay.
Now, what I think maybe you're asking about, though, is the issue of having multiple sectoral laws instead of one law together, which I've been advocating for privacy, where at least companies would be able to look in one place for a lot of direction about important issues like data use.
Right.
And I do think having one comprehensive privacy law, which could include many of these elements in it, would be better off than having multiple sector laws.
Look, I was in business for over 32 years, and I can tell you, first of all, I didn't have time to do all this kind of research. Secondly, I mean, we're inside baseball here, but many of these people, many of these business people, they don't know how to navigate all this.
I agree that multiple sectoral laws, which is in the area I'm the greatest expert in, which is privacy, has not been good for small companies or even big companies, but it definitely is worse for small companies who really can't figure out what laws apply to them.
Right. All right, let me move on. Earlier this year, there were several Senate Democrats that sent a letter to Chairwoman Khan at the FTC encouraging her to begin a rulemaking process on privacy. I'm hopeful my colleagues in the Senate will second-guess this approach once they know how complicated it truly is, because it is truly complicated. And we don't need it to be complicated. We need to simplify, be thoroughish, simplify, simplify, simplify. Ms. Rich, I'm also concerned with the timeliness that it's going to take to complete a rulemaking process on data. Can you shed some light on how long that process might take and what that might mean for consumers and companies looking to understand all this patchwork of state laws?
There's been a tremendous overselling of the potential of the FTC to issue a rule on its own using its MAGMOS authority. Under that is a very cumbersome process. It requires, for each mandate in a rule, the FTC has to prove it's unfair, deceptive, and prevalent, and then there's all sorts of procedural hurdles. Many rules that have been pursued under this process have taken years to complete. And also, given the controversy and all the debates surrounding privacy that have happened over the course of 20 years, the public would be best served if Congress is the one to make the tough choices in this area.
Understood. But, you know, again, years of work that it's going to take in order to get this.
And litigation that would ensue.
Absolutely. And you know, most business owners just get so frustrated they just throw their arms up and and a lot of them quit. I've got a lot more, but I'll submit it in writing. And thank you, and I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back, and last but not least, Mr. Duncan, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Sometimes they save the best for last. I'm not sure that's the case here, but I want to thank you and Madam Chair and the ranking member for hosting today's hearing and including my bill, the TEL Act. This legislation will disclose whether China and their state-owned entities are storing, accessing, and transferring the personal data of American citizens without being transparent about it. TikTok, one of the most popular social media platforms for our children, is a subsidiary of Beijing-based ByteDance. While I have notable concerns about American companies doing business in China and accommodations they make to the People's Republic of China, it is astonishing to me that there is any doubt over the level of access and control the Chinese Communist Party has over this conglomerate and similar entities. Mr. Lane, it's great to see you again. Thanks for being here. As this committee thinks about the future of internet and holding big tech accountable, are you concerned about the data being collected by TikTok and companies with similar relationships in China and what that might mean for national security for our country?
I am concerned about that. I think we should all be concerned about that.
Thank you. What other provisions on security vulnerabilities do you think we should be incorporated in this legislation to protect our economic and national security interest?
Well, I think the legislation starts in the right place. You know, as parents, I like to say it's a teachable moment that people will know where their information is being housed and where the companies are based. And hopefully they will take their self-correction action that is necessary. But I also worry about those websites and other apps that are not going to disclose, and how do we find those? You know, as we know, Russia and Iran and China, you know, and the surrogates are well-known cyber warriors. And there's going to be a lot of mischief underneath the ones that we see. And my concern is that, you know, we have this dark who is issue where we could find out. So combining your information, are they where they say they are and headquartered where they say they are, we could find information like that out through an open accessible who is. That's what forensics does. But unfortunately, you know, the NTIA and its bureaucrats have for the past 5 years stonewalled Congress taking action in this space. Congressman Latta was talking about the letters he sent for the Homeland Security, the FDA, and others. And you have companies like VeriSign and GoDaddy and Namecheap. They'll be up on the Hill talking to you guys about how we don't need to upset the multi-stakeholder process of ICANN. That process is now going on 5 years. And if in 5 years of darkness, and if they did develop something tomorrow, it would take 3 more years to implement. Congress can act on this now. Congress has the opportunity to fix a cybersecurity problem at no cost to the U.S. taxpayer. It's in our hands. And you can ask any cybersecurity expert. I have reports. I have letters from the top people talking about this. So adding your legislation on where they are and where the data is being stored on top of a strong WHOIS legislation to fix this GDPR problem. It's not a U.S. problem. It's a foreign government. And I'll end on this. Imagine if this law that shut down the WHOIS that's threatening our national security was a Chinese law or an Iranian law. Would we still stand here as a U.S. Congress and say we shouldn't all set the multi-stakeholder process to address these laws? The answer would be no. And I think it's time for the U.S. Congress to step up and try to fix this problem before more people get hurt.
You're exactly right. Big tech is not just Facebook or Twitter. It includes companies like Microsoft and Apple and Google, each of which has a significant presence in China. My time's going to expire. I had another question, but I just want to make this point because I thought about this while you were speaking. I don't know that we truly care about all that's being collected from our children through platforms like TikTok and others. And I raise that awareness because for the past 2 Congresses, I have tried to get this committee and this Congress, find one Democrat to co-sponsor a piece of legislation that would stop the importation of childlike sex dolls. Dolls that are used by pedophiles. Images, likenesses that are stolen from social media platforms, the doll created, crafted to look like the child of one of our constituents. So that someone can play out sex fantasies with a childlike sex toy, a doll. Very human-like, very robotic, where even the voice is taken from the child's TikTok and digitally put into that childlike sex toy so that it can actually talk like that child to the pervert that is enjoying themselves with it. Madam Chair, find me a Democrat that'll co-sponsor that, and let's get that over, and let's stop the importation of childlike sex dolls. When I talk to your colleagues, oh yeah, I'll show them pictures of the dolls. I'll be glad to share them with you. Oh my God, we need to do something about that, and nothing is done. And so we continue to import sex dolls into this country that look like the children of people in our communities, sound like the children of people in our communities, and it's just wrong. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and that concludes the questioning. And I want to thank from the bottom of my heart. This has been a wonderful panel, and I thank all of you for the work that you have done, and I know that it will lead to real action, I believe, in the Congress. And before we adjourn, let me also just thank my ranking member. I don't know if you wanted to make any final comment for our witnesses. Okay, you're okay. And I request unanimous consent to enter into the following document into the record: an online tracking study without objection. So ordered. And just stay for one more second, because I want to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record. I know there were some unfinished questions that need answers. To be answered by the witnesses who have appeared today, and I ask the witnesses to respond as promptly as possible to any questions that may come to you. Once again, thank you. Thank you to the participation. There were 5 waive-ons to this committee, which is a lot, showing the kind of interest in this, in this committee. And at this time, the subcommittee is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam